Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Last trading day of the week after a huge green stripe both on the crazy strong days, guys, especially on the Apple. I know I'm always mentioning the Apple, but it's just unbelievable. It's just close the 10th green day in a row. Hi, Nikita. Good morning to you. YouTube traders, good morning, everyone. Guidance room traders, nice to see you, Roger Dor. Monthly OPEX, yes, thank you, Roger, to warn us. And actually, not only the OPEX today, and actually the oil it's not doing very well, but even this is the third Friday of the month, traders. Do you know what does it mean? Third Friday of the month, who knows? Hi, Lee, good morning to you. Why should be cautious today? Every trader should be a little bit more cautious today. I know you know it's option expiration. So actually, I am expecting a little volatility, not just because of the fact that the market is extended a little bit, but actually this is going to be an option expiration, which means, as you know, I don't know now, I was not checking the numbers, but usually a bunch of options are expiring, which means that it can cause some volatility in the price action. So I'm going to be cautious. Market, though, it's starting in a small red today. And the main reason for that is definitely the economic news. We will go there soon. But first of all, let's see what happened yesterday in the trading room. Please, traders, if you would like to share your results from yesterday, or you have any questions, please just type it in the chat. I, of course, as always, I'm always interested in your trading of yesterday. In the guidance room, as I took the question yesterday, of almost the 80% was a green day, so that's good. So for 80% of the traders, just close the green morning at least. And here in the room as well, we had a nice green Thursday morning trading. I had again a loser, but after that, I just made several nice winners. Actually, only CMG was a loser. I don't know if at the end you could manage to add to this Amazon position over 176. I hope so, because actually Amazon just turned out one of my biggest winner. So that was a nice one. CMG, it was a small winner. And ULTA, it was a loser. ULTA, it was a loser. Unfortunately, Nike, at the end, I did not take the Nike. In the main room, as you can see, there were several calls. Scott did not start very good, but after that, he just made a very nice move, especially with the Apple, DVG as well. So all in all, nice green day in the room. Yes, Nikita, green day for you, being bigger. Huh? Okay, me too. For me too as well. Actually, the biggest miss on my side traders, it was the NVDA. I completely missed the NVDA, unfortunately. But as I see you, Nike did the move after a while. Yeah, I've seen that. And even CMG, Lionel, I don't know if you are around, but you were right with the CMG. I was not patient enough with the trade, but you were completely right. It was just doing the job what you thought it will, or so it just made an afternoon move. So nice green day, Nikita. Happy to hear that. Yes, Lee, small red for you yesterday, but your CRWD did you review a trigger at 262 overnight? Okay. All right. So you are still holding CRW, Didi? Let me just check it. How is it doing now? Saud, I don't know if you are around with the Amat, by the way. I remember that you took it yesterday. CRWD doesn't look very good now, so I hope you are out already, Lee, from the CRWD. No, it's sold pre-market. You see, sold it pre-market. Very good. Clever. Smart move. Okay, let's see the Amat. I'm checking the Amat because Amat got a earnings after the market close. Unfortunately, it's not a not a good mover today. I mean, to the upside, at least it's going to be better for the short side. So, Saud, if you are around, sorry for that. He just tried a very small share size, so it's not a big one. It's just a fun trade on the AMAT, but unfortunately, it could not make the move. Full point on full shares is very good. Okay, Lee. And you did it right that you get out from this position, because as I see, CRWD is just pulling back at the moment. Okay, traders, so far, as I've told you, not only the CRWD, but the overall market is pulling back starting the Friday morning with option expiration in the pipeline. So indeed, not only option expiration, but we have some economic news as well, and FOMC member speaker. Building permits, housing starts are out already, and this is the reason for that, for this pullback. Actually, quite of ugly numbers, especially on the housing starts. So it seems like the people are still not very happy to build houses, or actually to not, they're not having money at the moment. Let's just call it like that. We need to pay for the grocery prices, right? So actually our housing starts, for me, it's not a big surprise. Also, as you can see, the analyst expectation, it was higher number on the housing starts, but it came really weak. As you can see, instead of 1.34 million, it's just a 1.24 million, which is weaker than expected. At 10 o'clock, we are going to have consumer sentiment and inflation expectation. Both of the news are important, traders. I'm sure it's going to move the market, so let's be aware of that. And at 1:25 p.m., it's around the end of the lunchtime, we will get the GOSB speech. And usually, as you know, GOSB is one of the FOMC members who can move the markets, okay? So let's just be careful with that one. Hi, class. Good afternoon to you. How was your week so far? I know I've heard from Marika you have a lot of work nowadays, but I hope you could trade and green, because this type of market, it's quite of your market. Everything just went up indeed. So please let me know if you want, how was your week so far, and anyone else or everyone else, please. And of course, traders, just repeating myself, if you have any questions, just type it in the chat. In the meantime, I'm just going to continue with the charts. Okay, let's just take a look first on the SPY. As I've told you, it's in the 4-minute for our chart. Sorry, I just go to the daily chart. So actually, there is no doubt that the market is extremely extended. Yesterday, we started with a gap up thanks to the CPI or retail sales numbers and unemployment claims. And so far, it has not touched yet this 555 level. I thought it's going to get this 555. It could not manage it in pre-market neither. And as I've told you, after the 8:30 news, we have seen a pullback on the market, a broader pullback, let's call it like that, because even before that, the pre-market did not look that good. And at the moment, it's just back to the 550 area, which is definitely a strong support for the market. Under yesterday's low, though, I can imagine even a gap fill on the daily. Why? Because we are extended. We need to pull back a little bit. This should be just a half a pullback, okay? Because so far looks like the bulls are quite of determined to push this market higher. Yes, class, yesterday +4 are very nice. Well done. I'm proud of you. Continue the great job. But as I've told you, if you need your mentorings, I'm here. Okay. All right, guys. So SPY, big green day yesterday. Now it's a small pullback. Triple Q, it's similar, actually 0.54 to the downside. You can see my levels. If it would have continued to the upside, there is a gap to fill on the Triple Q. Actually, at the moment, doesn't look like it's going to be a gap fill. Also, don't forget, again, I'm just repeating myself, that at 4 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it's 4 p.m. my time, 10 o'clock, we will get the inflation expectation and the consumer sentiment. and this still can change the direction on the market. Also, again, it's a bit extended, so I'm not going to be surprised on a small pullback today, especially with the option expiration. So indeed, the triple Q now back under the $472 level, just like the 550 by the SPY. 470 is a significant support level on the triple Q. So this can just stop a little bit the bears, but again, depends on the economic news, how much it's going to stop or even to make a reversal there. Depends actually really on the numbers later on. Okay, and let's just check this Apple. Apple, I just cannot believe this stock, guys. Apple, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. Let's see if it's just going to continue higher. But yesterday it made a beautiful doji, which means that this doji is just 9 green days. Sorry, I thought it's 10. Never mind. Actually, the Apple made a doji with a gap, which means that this is a great reversal candle only. So it's not a pattern yet. Pattern is going to be if we will see a red day on the Apple. And as you can see, I think it's very nicely it can be seen that this 225 level, it's a very stubborn resistance on the Apple, and in pre-market it's down 0.40%, which means that this pullback, it can happen easily on the market and on the Apple as well. All right, traders, after we just check the charts, let's just go through quickly the rest of the world stock exchanges and of course the crypto. Yesterday, the Bitcoin seen such a nasty pullback. It was a really, really nasty pullback indeed. Today it's a bit higher, but look at that. It was even touching almost the 56,000. A reason for that the option expiration, it's not valid only for the stocks, but now at the moment for the coin or Bitcoin as well. And this is just making a little or increasing the selling pressure on the Bitcoin. Today, though, as you can see, it's back to this 58,000 level, but until it's not going to break the 20 EMA on the daily and the 60,000, I'm still a little bit more bearish on the Bitcoin. So let's be careful with the coin as well, traders. I mean the stock itself. Okay, so the crypto, it's slightly green at the moment. Futures red, as I've told you, especially the disappointing real estate numbers, housing starts, it's much lower than expected. Gold is again over this 2,500 level, looks really strong indeed. And the crude oil, it's a big pullback on the Iranian news, unfortunately, because everyone is pushing Iran towards the ceasefire talks. Unfortunately, nothing has happened yet. Hopefully it's going to happen soon. I mean, some good news on that geopolitical risk field. On the rates, US 10 years are quite weak. This is interesting indeed. Now, seems like they're correlating to the stocks, which is strange. So actually, I would expect a turnaround on the US 10 years or on the stocks, okay? They cannot move. Usually they are not moving to the same direction. So that's quite strange before the market open, actually, traders, that the US 10 years are under 388. And on the DXY index, it's still nothing, still very strong. So the USD is still strong indeed. In Asia, though, the Nikkei made a beautiful, beautiful move to the upside, traders yesterday, or yeah, it was yesterday. The GDP numbers just came much better than expected, and even the Hang Seng is not bad. Yesterday we witnessed the BABA because it just missed the revenue, or the sales was down as well, and the competition from Temu, as you know, it was just going down, but towards the end of the day it made a nice comeback. So actually I'm going to watch the BABA. I know DVG likes the BABA, and I agree with him that we should have it on our watch list for today. So Asia, very nice and green, and Europe, quite of mixed. The FTSE 0.60 down, DAX 0.41 up. So quite of a mixed day so far on the European stock exchanges. Yesli, what do you think about the short on the SYY? Let me just check the stock itself among the big movers, please. because I think I can have a broader picture. I don't know if it's here actually. Buyer, HR, Coherent. No, it's just the. What happened with that stock actually? Cisco Corporation. Interesting. Okay, if you know the news about the company, please just let me know because I'm sure. No, it's no news. It's just 0.34. Class SYI no volume, Lee, at PM. Yes, you are right. Okay, Lee, I thought you were asking because it's a big mover, but actually it's not moving. It's not moving, and it's not even a big mover. Okay, there are days when it can actually move like $2-3. I'm not telling you it's not a big mover, but at the moment, what I see on this stock is complete consolidation on the daily, which means it's not good. So it's just starting in a small inside a. I don't know. If you like it, we can watch it, but I assume or I think that we should just go towards the big movers here because we have some actually, especially the earnings stocks, there are some upgrades, downgrades. So this is going to be the ones which I'm going to watch indeed. All right, traders, let's see some news here, some headlines. Actually, history shows investors should keep a tight leash on risk once the Fed cuts rates, strategist says. Yeah, the big question now, actually, as the recession fears just fade away at the moment, the next big question, it's towards the Fed. But first of all, I think that the September rate cut, it's quite of a done deal. But don't forget that it's not only the September rate cut, which is coming next as a very important happening on the economic field, but even the Jackson Hole Synopsium. This is going to happen at the end of August, traders. And actually, everyone is waiting for more good news actually from the Fed. So so far, I think might a little quiet days are coming from next week. Why? First of all, earnings season starting to be at the end. Only NVIDIA, which is a huge name, who has not released the earnings yet. NVIDIA earnings on the 28th of August, traders, quite at the end of the month. Plus, as you know, it's August. So usually August, it's a bit lower volume. We could not witness it yet on the market. So it was a quite good August so far, but I am expecting a bit lower volume towards the end of August. So let's be careful on that. Okay, guys, what else we have here? Investors have suddenly halted the long-running switch to index funds. That can be an interesting article. Later on, I'm just going to go over it. Not too many news for today, actually. Not too many news as I've seen. Only what you can see, this pullback. Again, I'm just repeating for myself for the newcomers. It's happening now because, first of all, the housing starts. It was a disappointing number. Second, if you just check the daily chart on the indices, both of them are quite extended to the upside. New home construction plunges to lowest levels since May 2022. That's definitely not a good news, traders. Retail fever means the Fed may not deliver a bigger rate cut. It's still bullish. Well, yeah, the question is still not just the rate cut, but how big the rate cut is going to be. Only this 0.25, or even a 0.50. No one knows yet. Okay, oil prices turn negative on week as demand fears outweigh Middle East war jitters. So yeah, actually the oil, it's in a trouble again. It looked like it's just going to stay above this $80 level, but now it's back to the 76 on the crude, not on the Brent. On the crude oil, it's back to the 76.50 level. So might we can watch the oil stocks for today again, traders. And please, if you have any great stock on your radar for today, please just let me know in the chat. I just move quickly to the international news. Just a second. Okay. And here it looks like that there were some news from China, good news, as we could see. European stocks a bit higher to round off winning week. Alibaba JD.com results underscore the slowdown in Chinese consumer demand. Not bad. Replacing China in copper supply chain is unfeasible, warns Woodmac as the West seeks shift. Here is the Chinese news still on the central bank says risks from local government debt have dropped. So quite of a good news for China. We can watch the Chinese stocks for today, traders. And I'm going to watch not only the Alibaba, which earnings missed the expectation despite cloud acceleration, but even the PDD and JD. Yes, Nikita, Amat as well. Amat got an earnings. And you know what? Let's just move then to the big mover. So Applied Material, this is a semiconductor stock, as you know. Semiconductor equipment company dipped 1.8% despite posting better than expected third quarter earnings. So 272 per share, excluding items on 6.78 million. So actually, Applied Materials looks like traders sell the news event for me. Why? Because as you can see, it's just touched the 50 EMA yesterday. Beautiful pullback from the 180 level. So no doubt that it looked like strong, but so far seems like it's a sell the news event. So let's be careful with that. It's down now 2.89% with a quite of a high pre-market volume, and it's down under this 206 level. Lowest point, the lowest point of yesterday's trading day, it's around 204.80s. As you can see in the pre-market, it even moved under the 204. So actually, for me, it's going to be a short only if we do move back under the 204 area. However, if it's going to break through the pre-market highs, that means that some stockholders think that because of the great numbers, it can see some recovery. So these are going to be the levels which I'm watching, pre-market highs and pre-market lows, especially the 204 area. At the moment, of course, I'm going to call it to the short side because this is like a quiet week in the pre-market. Yes, Lee, on the SYI, you were looking at the big red candle on the daily yesterday, then with no pre-market volume. Okay. All right. Well, we can keep an eye on that for sure. Yes, Nikita. On the Amat, I think we should watch both sides, but as it is weak at the moment, like almost minus 3% to the downside, I'm just going to call it to the short list, okay? So I'm just starting my list, long, short, and the secondary. And FYI, I'm just going to put on the secondary list, Lee, okay? And to the short side, Applied Materials is there. Next one, Estee Lauder, the beauty company, slipped 2% after the Bank of America downgraded the stock, citing headwinds in its China market. Ouch, that's not good news for EL. Let's see the pre-market volume on the news. Not my favorite. And actually, it just started to make a small recovery finally. Looks like it just lost still this 20 EMA on the daily, as you can see, traders. Now it's down 2.77%, but I'm not a big fan of the pre-market volume. It's just 23,000. I like to see at least 50, 60K already in the pre-market. At the moment, it's just a little bit shy of my expectations. So actually, I'm going to move this EL to the short side, but let's be careful with that because this bullish engulfing, it was quite of a significant pattern 3 days ago, as you can see. But this news from the Bank of America, that's definitely not good. So I'm moving it to the short side, but because of the lack of the volume, I'm going to be cautious with the stock. JD.com, shares of the Chinese e-commerce group added 3% after reporting the revenue beat in the second quarter. Nice. Okay, so far, JD, it's one of my Chinese stock, which I'm going to watch today. So JD, nicely up 3%, beautiful pre-market volume and very extended. I love it. To the long side, only one thing which I don't like, it's a Chinese stock and it can be tricky, so be careful. Yes, class, you are going to watch Nike and WMT. Completely agree. Nike, which is a favorite stock by Bill Ackman of yesterday's news, as you know, it's trying to move higher again. I'm not going to move it to the long side, just to the secondary, but I completely agree with you. It should be on our watch list. Look at this beautiful gap to fill. It needs to go on one day. Maybe not today, but it's better if we just keep it on the Radar, WMT retail stock yesterday, big numbers, big beat on the numbers, and so far seemed like as a another sell the news event. Today it's again into the red side, 0.88. I'm not going to call it to the short side. Depends, I think, a little bit on the market as well, how the market is going to absorb this news on the housing starts and at 10 o'clock on the coming inflation expectation and consumer sentiment. But WMT completely agree that it should be on our watch list, and maybe even Cisco, by the way. Cisco is the other one which was an interesting mover yesterday. So Cisco and WMT are going to be on my watch list. Next one on the news stocks, Microchip Technology, MCHP, 2.4% higher on a Piper Standard upgrade. Nice, beautiful move on the pre-market already. 1.16 already only, and one little problem here, it's actually the pre-market volume again, but I like the daily because there is a tiny gap to fill still back to this 83.22 levels. Let's see whether MCHP can move a bit more. So MCHP, I'm going to call it to the long side. Amcor is the next one. The packaging company just dipped 3%, disclosing a sales decline more than expected in the June quarter. Not good news for AMCR. It's quite weak, but this is a low price stock. I don't know how much it's going to move. If you like it, I'm going to move it to the secondary list only, AMCR. All right, next one, Bayer. Usually I don't trade that stock, so let's just leave it. H&R Block, HRB, nice move to the upside. It's just popped 8.5 or 4%. After it announced a dividend hike and $1.5 billion buyback. Wow, big news for HRB. Let's see whether it can continue to the upside. 8%, it's quite a big move already for a $62 stock. I'm going to move it to the secondary list or to the long list, but let's be careful with that stock because first of all, the pre-market volume and the overall average daily volume is not that strong, not that high. That's why I'm going to keep on the cautious side, but there is no doubt that the move is huge. So let's see how it's going to be continued after the opening bell. COHR, Coherent Corporation, gains 3.4%. Reason for that, 3.25 now exactly. It's top the expectations on the earnings. Nice. Okay, well done, COHR. Not a bad pre-market volume. Bit extended on the daily though, 73.60. Let me just check how is it doing now. 75 is the next significant resistance of that stock. So might after a small pullback, might we can see a more move on the COHR. I must tell you, traders, none of my long candidates are completely. I mean, I'm not convinced very much on the long candidates. There is a little problem with all of them. JD, it's Chinese stocks, MCHP, low pre-market volume, HRB, not a big mover, and COHR, a bit extended on the daily. So let's just be careful with these stocks, guys, okay? Also, they have a significant great news. Baba is the one which I wanted to check. Hi, Sal. Good afternoon, Arike. I hope you are doing great. Just for a quick recap, market is down not just because of the fact that it's extended on the daily chart, but we got some disappointing housing news, housing starts, and that's why both of the indices are in the red. 0.38 with SPY, 0.44 triple Q, even Apple it's in red. I don't know what happened. And Applied Material, it's a semicon stock which not disappointed, it beat the expectations, but we see a small sell-off on that. It can be a sell the news even, and might it has a little impact on the semicon sector because as I see NVIDIA, AMD, ARM, SMCI, so all of them are into the red side among the semicon tech stocks. The rest of the big tech stocks are quite red as well. Amazon, Google for sure. Let me just check Meta, which is almost 1% lower. Seems like traders that everything is on a small pullback at the moment. At 10 o'clock, we will get consumer sentiment and inflation expectation, which means that it can change this direction. So let's be aware of this. And one more fact which we should be careful of, and this is going to be the fact that this is the third Friday of the month, which means it's option expiration. So I am expecting a quite of a volatile day for today. So let's be careful on this one. All right, traders. I was thinking which one to, maybe Snow, which I'm going to call, because yesterday Snow did not do very well. We had a nice trade on that at the end of the day. But as you know, it was downgraded, and I'm still expecting it to go lower. So I'm going to watch it on the short side. To the long side, I have, as I see Scott's list is out, very, very same long candidates as Scott's. That's funny. And actually, to the upside, I'm still going to watch coin. It's surprisingly strong indeed. 0.94 higher, and mRNA, which is 0.5% higher. So these two we can watch. And I forgot to mention again PDD. I know PDD made a nice pullback already, but 0.43% in the pre-market. I'm going to move it to the secondary list to watch, because the Chinese stocks and overall Chinese market was quite strong on good news. So traders, this is my list for today. Please be careful. Again, 10 o'clock news. Anyway, option expiration. Today, I'm going to take over the room for the lunchtime. So I'm going to be here with you from 11:30 till 2 p.m. And for the morning, as usual, I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green start. And I'm going to see you then after 11:30. So good night.
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Friday. You made it through the end of the week, and we've made it into an incredible week and weekend here with profitable trading throughout the week. What a great week it's been. Good money here to be made. And I will find out today if we can string along 5 green days in a row today. Looking forward to it. Got the volatility in the market, which is always fantastic. And if you got the volatility, you got the opportunity. And if you have the opportunity, you have a way to possibly make some green money today. Now, as we get started today, we've been on quite a roll, so I'm aware of that, and I know that the market wants to go higher. It is a Friday. We're cautious today. We've got a pullback in the marketplace here. We'll see if that stands. And like I said, I think we probably could turn this red start into a green day today. The momentum is on our side. We'll watch that for some dips here like NVDA and Tesla to see if they take out yesterday's close. And if so, to me, a very easy trade on some of these stocks that rebound and run higher today if we get it. We'll watch that and more. Let's discuss the market. Before we do, say good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. Our channel is growing leaps and bounds, which is fantastic. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody. And if you're in YouTube land today, hey, come on in and join us. You can do so by clicking the link that Clifton has, a free 7-day free trial for everybody. Phil, Roger, the rest, come and join us here in the room. We'd love to have you here today on the in the 4 to 4 trading room. Okay, what do we got going on here today, and where are we with these markets? Well, kind of easy to tell because the futures are down this morning, but you need to dig a little deeper into it here. We'll start off with Asia. Asia kind of keyed in off of what we did yesterday. The overnight session was huge and explosive. The Nikkei was up 3.64%, up 1,336 points higher, 1336.03 to be exact. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 321 points, up 1.88%. The Shanghai and China up 2 points. Europe still in session right now, mixed bag there. German DAX up 88, FTSE in the UK down 41, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 14. Combine it with Asia, you've got 5 markets up, just 1 market down, and that was the FTSE. But we've got pressure on our end here as we start the day. Dow futures down 101, S&P futures down 24 3/4, and NASDAQ futures down 102. So giving back some of the stuff we had yesterday. Market's going to close out a big winning week this week, depending on what we do today, but it should be on a Friday, should be fairly tame. Like I said, I might even throw out there that we could finish this day green. We'll see. Kamala Harris, the presidential candidate, has an economic plan with new tax cuts, housing incentives, and price caps. That's going to be out there, and I don't know if it hits the wire yet. She'll unveil it soon here in her first 100 days in office. Okay, so but that's hitting the news here. Bayer in the news, soaring 11% after key U.S. legal battle against the Roundup cancer victims and that lawsuit there. And it's really about it today. Friday, it's a Friday, so be careful. Let's get out of the gate quick this morning. Let's bank our money. Oil's down about $1.69, down over 2%. 76.44 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch today, well, tell you what, something stunning. 34 points to the upside here, 25.2650 per troy ounce. Huge win for gold today. Silver's down about 8 cents. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down just a little bit as well. What you're going to have to do today is just watch for the reversal in the market. If not, it could either be a boring sideways day or we could have a more downward pressure today. I just don't see that big downward day. I see this day opening up red, and then we're going to have to wait and see. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room individually, and let's get this day cranked up and ready to rock and roll today. I would say just like what you were talking about before here, I think Nikita had said it best. We should be watching both sides today. Again, not sure that we're going to dip and go lower. Not sure if we're going to turn around. We'll just have to wait and see. So good morning, Sal. Good morning, Enrique. Good morning, Steve, Nikita, Trent. Good morning, Steve F. Good morning, Lee. What do you say? DVG, good morning to you. Happy Friday, my friend. Jacques, good morning. Klaus, good morning to you. Seth, good morning. Mark O, good morning to you. Tim, good morning. And Miguel, good morning. Listen, if you're in this room, you owe it to everybody. Post your trades, post your watch list here this morning. Got a lot of stuff going on. Jacques, good morning to you. Couple of stocks here this morning. I do like Bubba out of the gate here to the long side. Any type of pullback would be viable here on BABA. I'll post it here over the 82 mark. Watch that stock as well. And then Tesla this morning. But I'll tell you what, Tesla and NVIDIA could be big winners today, and I'll be taking each one of them long. If we get the long trade here, it'll be let's just go 213 on Tesla. This will be a reversal on Tesla 213. That's over the VWAP, and then a simple add to full share size over yesterday's close. And then last but not least, NVIDIA here. Long this morning, NVIDIA over the VWAP line. It's head up there a little bit here. We'll call it 122 this morning to be safe. But again, these stocks could roll over, and there could be nice shorts in them here this morning, especially NVIDIA at the bottom here. I'm watching Microsoft. I'm watching HRB. MCHP, and JD as well, all posted here in the room. DVG, happy Friday, my friend. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, Scott, good morning. Can you hear me? Sound check.
I can't hear DVG. Can you guys? You can
Rick,
hear him?
Jack.
Okay. I cannot hear him. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Well, while Scott's doing that, a few things, right? Options expiration is today. I'm sure Aggie probably covered some of the news, etc. But today for me is going to be a little bit more about, finding hedges. And, the challenge with anytime you create hedges is one of two things. You make less money, but you protect your overall risk, your downside. So that's what I'll be doing today quite a bit of. So let's say, for example, if I'm going long a position, I might offset it by being short.
Okay, I am back.
Spire.
DVG, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Test.
I can hear you. You don't hear me?
Hold on here. Let me do something. One more thing. Hold on.
No worries. So I'm looking at names that have had big increases, names like Costco, Broadcom, Meta, for the pullback. I think we
Okay, now I can hear you.
So worth noting for those of you guys that have followed along for the last, couple weeks, we've been talking about certain levels, and on the Qs, 474 to 476. That's kind of the highly traded zone. So keep an eye on that. I do think we'll probably open up and try to tag that level, see if we can push higher for the bulls that are out there. But because it's options expiration, last time we tagged this level, we went straight down. Again, look left on your Qs, right? 474 was kind of that key area. We hit it yesterday. Tried to breach it over in the after hours. But the last time we hit this again, I thought we would, maybe zig and zag a little bit in this area. We just tanked. So I'm going to be mindful of that. Again, we had a pretty strong push the last few days, 8 or 9% move higher. So I'm going to be cautious this morning, right? Seeing Apple pop right now, even in the a couple minutes before Microsoft moving higher. I'm just going to be very, very mindful of where the Qs are in relation to that 474, 476 area. So it's a 2-point area. But if we see that breach over 476, I'll likely get pretty bullish. So hope that helps.
Yeah, about 2 minutes left this morning. You can hear me, right, DVG?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yep,
Awesome.
I can hear you perfectly now. Yep. It's a little issue to start the day, but no big deal.
So I'm going to go off camera here, but I've got some folks here coming to the house, so I'll be right back.
Hi, DVG. Hi, traders.
Hey, Amir.
Hey, Amir. Happy Friday. Okay. Plug in a few things here.
Scott.
Level 2's cranked up and ready. Amir, what do you think for direction today, my friend? Amir, can you hear me still or no? Maybe not. Well, anyway, traders, going to be a great day today. Let's just keep it tight this morning, watching out for where we
Hi, traders. Hi, Scott. Hi, DVG.
Amir, can you hear me now?
Hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly.
There was a problem. You couldn't hear me.
Okay,
Hi,
here
guys.
comes our, we're open for business this morning. Okay. Okay, watch NVDA, watch Tesla this morning. EL gets over 93. I'll be shorting this stock, EL.
All right, I'm building a position on AVGO here at 163.55.
Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Come on, baby. Bubba off to the races. Okay, EL is going to be the short here under 93. Okay, so EL short 93. Be my first trade of the day. That's Estee Lauder. Microsoft getting beat up a little bit here. Tesla. Okay, NVDA I'm going to take right here. Small share size NVDA long. Okay. Now, once we get past this 122, I'll be taking the NVDA trade, and we're going to add right here, right before the 123, if this market switches up this morning. Okay, under EL is going to be shorted under 94. I'm short EL right now. I'm taking it right here. If we come over 94, come on, get the bid over 94 so I can short you. There we go, 94.13. I am short EL. I am short EL, 94.13. Yep. And stop loss will be over yesterday's close.
Taking Cisco
white
here.
dotted line
I
up
took
here.
it on a retest.
Small share size to start. I can hear you, Amir.
Stop
Yep.
is under 90. Thank you. We took Cisco. Pretty small stop, so it need to work immediately. If not, ciao.
Yep. You know what you got to do then.
It's one of the second day movers. Yeah.
Target is going to be 93, 93.50. We can add on this EL trade right now. NVDA long and strong. Now, listen, on the NVDA trade, if we get past that white dotted line, I'm going full share size here now. Missed the Tesla trade. I'm short EL long NVDA. Looking good so far. Like I thought, I think we go higher today. There's just so much momentum in the marketplace. I don't know that for sure, so I'm keeping the powder dry, and we can go either way, really.
I was waiting for 120, Scott. I thought it's gonna dip
Yep.
Nvidia, you know, to the low of the pre, so I was maybe too optimistic. Yeah, got to 121.
I'm going to add under 93 here. Adding under 93, the break of 93, and I'm adding to the short on EL.
I'm adding to my position on ABGO short.
Okay, NVDA, watch the add here. Add to full share size. Boy, Tesla took it out, right? Nice rebound for Tesla. Now does it run?
Watching Nike, guys.
Yeah, didn't add to the NVDA trade, so I still have small share size here.
Still in Cisco. Stop is under 87. This got support from the 9 EMA. And Cisco above 49.21. I'm gonna add in Cisco. Okay, Nike still nothing. Guys, do you hear me?
Still short on the EL trade. Still short on EL. I can hear you fine.
Scott, do you hear me? Scott.
Yes, I can hear
Hear
you.
me? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. I hear fade in my ears. So
That's because you're getting old.
No. Believe me, I'm in a good shape. It's all about Omnovia. In this case, I can blame them. Hey,
Yeah.
we have to
They're
watch
easy to
also
blame,
Mara,
that's for sure.
guys. No, it's not Mara, guys. We have to watch Mara. Cisco 49.21. Gonna add more. And stop is under 87. Very clear for the opening moving. Nike. What I want to do is Nike 18 right here 82.60. We can buy maybe a quarter with a stop like 20 cents, guys. Nike does not trigger, it not really matter, like a quarter of a point here. It's the closing gap, it's the closing from yesterday. It's a good support. So
Come on, NVDA. I'm full share size now. Don't let me down. I'm short EL, long NVDA. We need a nice boost here. Target's going to be that 124. Actually, let me revise that. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 40. 1, 2, 3, 40.
Wow. You're the boom bar catcher in NVIDIA, Scott. I caught you twice this week, huh?
Yep.
You have a
Yep.
sense for the boom
1,
bar.
2, 3, 50 now. 1, 2, 3, 40. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 40. I'll come out 3/4.
Cisco, guys. And I'm a quarter in Nike. Stop under 82.35, like 20 cents, not more than that. Nike blow my mind in the last few days. Look at the daily.
Come on, NVIDIA. Don't give up on us now. Go, baby, go. 20 cents to go now on the NVDA trade, still in the EL short. Missed Tesla today. Remember what I said in the pre-market, Tesla, NVIDIA on the bounce back here on the upside. Look great. Come on, NVIDIA. Start us off on the right way this morning. Not asking for a whole lot.
Okay, guys, Cisco. Looking good. Nike, 82.70. Add. Boom, in. Really nice. And we have a resist in Nike around 83. Want to see how we're going to behave there. Cisco 49.50. We have some resistance. Again, Cisco, second day move. Earning yesterday. Okay, Nike. Good volume. Want to see if we can break 83. Problem around 83. Take some profit. We'll give it a chance to break it. Looks good. 83. After 83, we have we need to break 83.10. And high of the day right now is 83.50. Cisco. Really nice. Almost 30 cents in the money. 10 cents on the ad. Everything is unrealized, Bill. When it's gonna be realized, we can open the tequila. Right now,
Yep.
it's still sealed.
Market's still down. Dow's down just a quarter of what it was in the pre-market, down 24 points. Nasdaq's still around 90 on the downside here. So got to watch for this reversal if there is something here. I doubt it, but you never know, right? And don't want to sit here and continue. Hoping and praying. Let's go. Come on, NVIDIA.
You took a partial there, Scott? Or you just add in NVIDIA?
No, I just added. I'm full share size right now. I need it to run. I need it to run.
Okay. But good, have a good support on
And
the
I've got
VWAP.
the
It
EL
looks
to the
pretty good.
downside here.
I don't know how to trade EL. EL is crazy for me. Yeah. Wow, Mara, guys. Mara. I wrote it, but never pay attention. Crypto today.
Taking a
49 under 49.10. Reduce in Cisco. I want to see if we get support. Around 10 we have a support. I want to see if we can get there.
Come on. NVDA long, EL to the short side so far. JD, nice move higher this morning. Microsoft at the bottom of the day. Really would love to see EL make the turn here and run down to that 90, 93 area. That would be a big time move for me.
let's build a short on crowd. Stop will be 260.
I don't know. I'm excited, more excited for NVIDIA, although I need EL. I need both of them. This would be a great morning if I get both of these to roll.
Good support 49.10 in Cisco. Nike. For the aggressive guys in you, you can do another ad above 83. I'm not writing it because we already full position. 83 looking good.
Go EL.
Nike.
As long as Microsoft is aiming lower, I will be bearish. But if I see it turn green, it's time to get bullish, right? NVIDIA up, Tesla up, Apple turning around, Netflix up, Amazon taking off now. So I'm going to get out of AVGO.
Go
Probably
NVIDIA.
dump crowd.
Go baby, go.
And probably
7
get
cents
out.
to go NVIDIA.
Meta.
10 cents. 8. 5.
DVG, are you
Let's go
doing?
NVIDIA. There we go. 123.42. I am out 3/4 of the trade. NVIDIA selling into the strength of the move. Beautiful move, NVIDIA. Starting it off. Green trade number 1. Green trade number 1.
Let it grow, Scott.
Love it.
Let it grow.
Yeah, I am.
Amazing.
I am.
Let
Pay
it.
myself first and then let the rest run here. So that's absolutely the way that you want to do it here this morning. No doubt about it. And there you go. Registers open. Cashing some trades.
Guys, some of you are doing swing trading? Guys, there are traders here that do swing. None? Okay. Yeah. This week was amazing. I was waiting like 3 weeks, no position, just sitting, and got, triggers from the earning for everything. This week, the last 3 days, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, I think the account almost 7% just in about 3 days. Really? This is the good time, go to the screen, watch chart, like Nike, the 7550. You have to, take a picture, hang it above your computer and pray for this every day. This is a chart to pray because, and after that I heard that, what his name, Bill, one of the biggest investors, put money. I was happy, but the trigger was amazing. And I think Mara around the 15. So there was a lot of, yesterday I was just managing swing. Really, I was trading a little bit, but just swing. Amazing. Okay, Cisco. Definitely we can raise the stop in Cisco under the round number. Now I want to see that we are breaking 49.30. If not around this level, we're going to take some profits. Not exactly what I wanted, but definitely we have some resistance here and we cash in. Nike 83.00. I'm going to add a little bit here also. Yeah, Bill Ackman, absolutely, yeah. But again, I'm very happy, but you don't need Bill Ackman. You just watch the daily. So, and I got even into Intel the 2060. Yesterday I did a little bit, not really much. Today came back, but
Come on, ELs, turn and burn to the downside here. Okay, so market right now, remember what we were looking at before, market was starting to recover. A little bit better now on the NASDAQ, down only 31 points. Does this day turn green? I don't know. I'm net long on NVIDIA. I'm net short on EL. EL's got some bad news today in it. And if you were with me here earlier this morning, I don't think I explained the EL news, but just looking at it, it's slipping as Bank of America downgraded the stock. Setting headwinds in the China market. Softening U.S. demand is also weighing upon shares as well. So again, that's not good news, and I would be surprised if we had a move over yesterday's close. But again, we could be prepared for that with a stop loss in place and moving. Oh, there we go. And moving down that road. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also, AMAT possible short here too under the 204. I think I'll post that if this market turns. I want to be short AMAT, AMAT, short under 204 this morning. Okay.
Watch for the pullback. Microsoft tanking. So Microsoft's my canary today. Keeping an eye on that. We're still short Meta. Took a partial at the first, bottoming out here. Only got 100 left on Meta. AVGO almost got stopped out. Barely hanging on to that. Short the Qs right now. Small size.
Guys, Nike. Just do it. Around 70 cents from the first entry, 50 from the add-in, and around 20 for the second add-in. Just looking good. Want to see 83.40 around that area. And Cisco, I took a very poor partial because again it hit the 30. My stop is few cents under the 49. I'm not gonna pay attention to this. It need to move immediately. If not, bye.
Wow, look at JD.
Nike. Very nice.
Consumer sentiment coming up in 4 minutes. So we should see a move in the markets here in a moment. Put a move on Tesla. 220 within striking distance now. See if we can get a move lower here. Q's starting to fail. Again, 2 minutes should have some additional data points. So I'll be quick to get out if markets flip-flop here, and if so, I will turn to the long side.
Well, just stuck in EL. I'm out of all shares NVDA. All shares NVDA gone. The only thing I'm holding right now is EL to the short side here. And the AMAT trade, those of you that are in the AMAT trade right now, under 204. Target's going to be under 203. If we get to 203, we're going to add to this trade here on the downside. It'll be right underneath the VWAP.
I'm all out Meta. I'll happily get back in if it starts to tank. $67.8 versus 66.7 on sentiment. Should see some action here.
Now there goes EL the wrong way here. I'm still holding on to the trade. Just bumping our head
Scott,
up there right now.
Where is your stop? Where is your real stop?
On EL? On
Yeah.
EL? EL would be right here at the 95. We're right at it right now. I'm going to give it a little bit of room. just a little.
Okay. Yeah.
Watching the cues here, it's stuck under the 200, but if we get a push here over 474, it's time to get bullish. Big move on the SPY. Initial reaction. Not eager to jump in just yet. Meta will be the first position I close out. I'm still green on AVGO, so I'll hang on just a bit longer. Crowds dancing around. Tesla absolutely crushing it. I'll be watching NVIDIA potentially for a short position if we break the 200 underneath 122.40. If not, I'll be long over, let's call it 123.10. Also watching Amazon 177.80. Be long. Got a nice move on Amazon now. I'd like to see a push to 178.5. I'll take a partial. It looks like we're going to reverse here. SPY's breaking out. Still hanging on to Meta. Not for long though.
Come on, EL, press the accelerator down here.
Thank you, Kev, for posting that. Okay, I don't really like this reaction now on Amazon. Probably get stopped out here. I don't want to hang on for too long. They were in NVIDIA 123.10. I'd like to see a push to the high of day. If not, I may take a partial at 123.80 area.
I'm watching UPST. Watching UPST.
Okay, traders, again, I am short EL, I'm short AMAT right now.
I'm going to trim up here on NVIDIA. 50 cents, not a big day. I'll be out crowd in a moment. That might be my morning right there. I'm going to wait to see if we get a bigger move. Don't feel like buying Tesla at the highs. And overall, still a green day, just not a big green day. We talked about kind of some hedges, right? Short a few stocks, went long a few stocks. Net, we're up about $700-800. Nice job. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on this 474 level on the Qs. So if we could get push above 476, it's off to the races. So nice move here on NVIDIA. I'll hang on to the runners. We're all out at AVGO. We'll let crowd dance a little bit longer, but down about a point right now on that trade, so won't let it run too much. Still hanging on to Meta. Again, keeping an eye on Microsoft. Microsoft right now is my canary. If it's continuing to stay red, it's telling me that some of the bigger Mag 7 names may not be getting as much love as NVIDIA and Tesla are this morning. If I see 530 on Meta, I'll be out. Actually, I'm going to get out of Meta now. It looks like markets want to push. So I'll get out of all my short.
Come on, EL. Don't spike like that. Let's go. Downside move. We need 93.50 on EL.
I'm going to add my initial trim back into NVIDIA. So moving my dollar cost a little bit, but that's okay. Q's now getting over that 474 key level. See if it can push now. So out of all short positions, we have Amazon long and NVIDIA long right now. Again, watching Microsoft.
Yeah, NVIDIA continues to go. Unfortunately, I'm out of everything right now. Except for EL and AMAT on the short side, but I'm out of the long here.
Thought we'd get more of a breakout on Amazon here, so I'm going to trim up so I'm not as exposed. So it's a small losing trade because we got it at 177.80, so I'm going to wait. If we can get anywhere near that, I'll trim up, and I can always add later. And I'm going to take a put position on the SPY, a small one, just to protect any of my long positions right now. Yeah, I think NVIDIA wants 125 and Tesla wants 220 before we see some bigger profit taking. So I'll wait on NVIDIA just a little bit longer. Right now, my biggest concern is the Qs, again, in that 474 to 476 range. It's the most highly traded zone. Last time we were here, we rejected. I think with the bulls stepping up in the last few days, we break out. So kind of a tricky day. Remember, options expiration is today. So we'll probably start seeing some of that action in and around maybe 11:30 to 1. on whether people are willing to be assigned those shares or they're going to dump them.
And like I said,
Only
we
trade
take
AM.
out this bottom right here, 94, and we could see some real nice green coming into play here now.
Is Nike. Only trade I am is in Nike. Looking really good.
All right, I'm giving NVIDIA this last
Stop can
chance
be
to
under
break out, and I'll take a partial.
8270.
Okay, that'll work. Took a partial on NVIDIA. Now we just got that running. Put my stop loss at 123.80. So no matter what we win on that trade. Autopilot. Look at Tesla go. My goodness. That's the one I missed this morning, Scott.
Which one? Wow, NVDA,
Yep.
very nice. Yeah, I call it NVDA and Tesla. I'll come out of the AMAT trade with a small loss over 206 here. Be my stop.
All right, big move should be coming now. Qs are still red on the day. SPY barely red on the day. I mean, both of them are, but Apple now trying to push 10 cents over yesterday's close. Yeah, Kev, Microsoft is my canary today, right? If it starts turning green on the day, like if you look at Tesla, you look at NVIDIA, you would think markets are just going to be identical, but they're not, because you have Microsoft and Apple that are kind of limping around, and so is Meta, right? But keep in mind, Meta almost took out its all-time high just yesterday. So as long as I'm seeing Microsoft pull back a little bit, I'm okay with holding the puts right now. But if Microsoft takes off, I'm pretty certain my NVIDIA position will be extra safe. Amazon right now not looking good. Glad I trimmed it, but you can see clearly who the winners are from today. NVIDIA, Tesla, and a few others. But if you look more broadly, for those of you guys who use your heat map, take a look at your heat map. Not a ton of green across the market right now. They're either flat, maybe a 1 or 2% move, names like Tesla, for example. But overall, still pretty flat. Oh, now crowd breaks down after it gets stopped out. That's too bad. Okay, Qs look like they're about to break out.
Come on, EL. Here we go.
There goes NVIDIA.
Watching PDD. I'm going to buy half here, stop under the low 50, and add above 147, 148.25. So with DVG, Had a good support here on the VWAP. Chinese market, look at Baba. Pretty good today. Had a good support earlier. Doesn't matter if you took it even 10 cents after. You know, the half stop is very clear. Under the 50, under 148.25, good opportunity. Nike is getting again to our previous high of the trade, not of the day. If we're gonna get resisting here, 83.30, gonna be around 70 cents from the first entry. I'm gonna take a partial here there. Another crazy stock that I'm watching from yesterday, second day momentum, really crazy, SIGA. I like the 1150, so I'm watching it. Just give you a hint before. Okay, Nike guys, 80 cents for breaking the 83.30, 83.50, and look again on the daily. Big gap with wide arms open. And
Take some more off
Ackman
of
and just
Nvidia
do
here.
it. So
And I'm gonna take
don't
some off
sell
of
everything
Amazon.
in Nike. Scott, I think your EL wants to fly high.
It's holding up pretty good up here. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like, where was your entry, Scott?
My entry on what on the short? You mean on EL 93?
Yeah. Okay.
No, I mean on the short
I don't know where.
94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know where, but I actually feel it that it's above, the previous. It just need to. I'm watching the daily and everything. Just want to fly high. They just hold it here, the big boom bars at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Consolidation above the view. You are long right now or short? Or still
I'm short EL. Short EL. Short AMAT.
Okay. Think market new high with a very nice bar. Apple also.
I'll just take a little more here on Nvidia, moving up my stop loss on the runners. I'll do the same on Amazon.
Guys, I'm taking a partial here in Nike. just a partial. Still have a good chunk of stocks. Have some problem here around the 83.30 something. And I'm watching the bar in the market, so it's pretty good to take a profit there. Good. It's good from the first entry, from the first ad, from the second ad. Yeah, we're nicely in the money there. Still a half position in PDD. When you see this bar finish, because we're exactly on the
Add a
VWAP.
few more contracts.
VWAP is an area. Yeah, I'm half position. Again, I want to add 148.25. I think that will be a good area. Right now, it's a good support that the stock bounce from there. And if it's going to break, I'm going to be out. If it's going to get support and break the 148, I'm going to add. This is a pretty volatile stock, guys. A SIGA. So 11.50. I'm going to give it exactly 30 cents. This stock need to go back to the momentum from yesterday. If not, or if kind of a trap, I'm going to be out. This is not a stock to play. Good volume came immediately at the open. We have a bounce. We have a nice triangle there. Hopefully the triangle is up, not down. PDD is out.
Comes a strong pullback.
I'm still going to watch it. And
Costco aiming lower. UNH aiming lower.
Come on, I want you to say after that, I want you to say EL aiming lower. That's what I need.
I'll pull it up. Let me take a look.
Yeah, EL's aiming a little higher right now.
Yeah, kind of interesting with EL because Ulta is a big position that Mr. Buffett recently added a big portion. So they've been trying to pay attention closely to like what some of the big boys are doing. You've got Michael Burry taking an almost 20% stake of his total portfolio in Alibaba, which would explain the pickup yesterday. I know you and I were like, "Hey, what happened? Right? What's the bounce for?" And it was Burry. You have Ackman jumping into the Nike trade, proving to be great for the stock. You have Elliott, who jumped into Starbucks along with the new CEO. So that's playing out nicely. And CMG, I'm surprised to see it actually up where it's at now, considering they just lost their CEO. So just trying to pay attention closer to like some of what the big boys are doing. And it's reflected, right, in those stocks.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, EL's thinking it's going to go higher here. Yeah, I'm already, I held on to AMAT too long here, but I'm still in this trade, still waiting for that to come down. Same with EL.
So I'm all out of NVIDIA now, all out of Amazon. I've got my puts on the SPY. I added a couple puts here on the Q, right underneath that close. If it goes anything above that close, I will be out of the Qs. But the SPY, I'm hanging on to those. It's kind of covering any money I've just given back from these little pullbacks. So I'll hang on to those a little bit longer.
Hey, DVG, you want to, for those of you that don't know put and call, you want to do a basic, just what it means to have a put on and how you, not so much, just kind of define what it is. What is a put when you have a put on the triple Qs? What are you hoping happens, and how do you go about doing that, DVG?
Yeah, so I'll oversimplify because options obviously can get pretty complex pretty fast when you start talking about butterflies and iron condors and different types of spreads, etc. So I talk about hedging today as an example. So I was short the markets initially, right, for the pullback on a few stocks specifically. When you're looking at options are the perfect way to hedge if you're, let's say, for example, buying shares even for a longer term. Let's say you want to swing trade Tesla and you bought it at the open today. Well, you don't want to risk any of the gains that you made for the day. So an easy way to do that is via options because your exposure is limited to the price of that contract and the expiration and the strike. So once you get into, theta, gamma, all those other Greeks within options, it, like I said, can get complex quick. But what I'm trying to do initially, if you have a put, it's basically if you're buying to open a put, you want markets to go down. Basically, you're kind of shorting the market, but it's like an insurance policy that if markets go down, that insurance policy pays more. The opposite is true for a call, right? So if you buy it to open a call, you want markets to go up. Now, granted, you can start selling options, right, which is typically predicated on two things. You need a certain designation in your platform or, trading account. And typically, you need to own some of those shares, right? Now, granted, if you get that designation, you don't necessarily need to, but you'll need to at least have margin, et cetera, because it could be tricky. But typically, if I'm using a hedge with a put, it's basically buying to open a put, maybe one or two contracts, depending on the size of my position. Think of each contract represents the equivalent of 100 shares of ownership. It's basically a block. So in essence, like if I buy a put, let's say on the SPY, if it goes down while my other stocks, let's just say, for example, I still have NVIDIA. I want NVIDIA to go higher. But as a hedge, I'm putting on a put for, let's say, the SPY or the Qs, that if the SPY and the Qs go down, it probably means NVIDIA is going down as well. You could do it on the actual stock itself. What I'm trying to do is on the indices, they move not nearly as quick as, say, something like an NVIDIA or a Tesla or these other components. And if I see Microsoft's down, Costco's aiming lower, and a few others in the Qs or the SPY, I'm using that as a hedge against my positions that might be long or short, right? So if, let's say, for example, I was short a stock, say NVIDIA, I might buy a call option on the Qs that if the Qs go up and or NVIDIA goes up, my short's protected. So it's kind of, I don't want to say it's like betting on red and black at the roulette table, but it kind of is, right? It's like, hey, I think black's going to hit on the roulette table, right? So here's $75 on black, but I'll put 25 on red in case red shows up. So you only lose 50. Well, why not bet just 50, right? It was kind of be the question. But with stocks, right, the moves right now, especially with options expiration, high volatility, 9%, 8+% move in the last few days when we had that huge dip, right? Like I want to make sure that I'm not caught flat-footed. And then, again, today I wasn't playing to win huge. Yesterday we had a great, huge day. But today, a few $100, I don't mind walking away with a few $100 today. I'm not looking to, maybe I miss out on a huge trade, like Netflix, for example, was watching that, or even Tesla, but that's okay, right? Tesla could easily flip-flop. So I know that's a long-winded explanation, but typically when I'm talking about hedging or buying a put or a call, it's typically opposite of what my position is. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, and you know, the way that I always remember at traders is if you're making a call, if you're going to take a call position, you're calling the stock, you're wanting it, you're calling it, you're saying, hey, come on, EL, come to me. And if you have a put, you're putting it, meaning you're shorting, you're wanting it to go away. So just quick and easy. I just want to make sure that, you know, because sometimes we get to the point as traders. I'm speaking for DVG here, which I shouldn't, but you know, sometimes we just think that everybody knows as much as we do or more. And then sometimes people will say, hey, listen, I don't even know what a call option is. I don't even know what a put is. I don't know what he's even talking about. So I think at this point in time, just to understand it a little bit better, to hedge your trade, to utilize it in a way where, you know, you're looking for profitability day after day after day, and you're shedding some of that risk off so that you can make it happen, I think is proper strategy. I just want to make sure everybody's on board with what that means.
Yeah, so Arslan was asking what happens if you sell a put. It's basically the equivalent of a call. So that's why I said, like, if you want to learn about options, you know, that's not really what we talk about a whole lot here, but if you want to learn options, the first thing I would highly advise, because you could literally get really deep into how options work. I think it actually helps get a better understanding of markets collectively if you learn options and futures and things like that. But if you sell a put, it's like almost buying a call, if you could think of it that way. It's the opposite versus buying. If you buy a put, you want it to go down. If you sell a put, you're going to want markets to go up. But the big thing, like I said, the first way to learn options is trying to understand how to collect premium. And so when you collect premium, it's not the same. So you're basically kind of looking at spreads and things like that allow you to go, hey, let's say, for example, I put up, I don't know, I'll just use like a butterfly spread perhaps, where you might be like, hey, look, I'm putting up $500 for an out of the money call option, and then maybe near in the money on a put. Well, you're collecting premium on both, but you're limited on what you can collect, assuming that your call option doesn't get hit. So let's say, for example, on the SPY, if I put a call option at 575 or something like that, you're basically buying a range. And if it falls within that range, you can collect a certain amount of premium, basically between those two brackets. And it's, you know, whether it goes up or down, it doesn't matter. You're basically playing for the premium. And if you do that, it actually makes things a little less risky, number one. And number two, it actually helps you look at charts a different way, because you're trying to understand, like, hey, where is this range-bound move going to happen? Now, there's a lot of people, for example, in the last week or so, they got completely run over because they were using puts as a hedge when markets were tanking. And then we had this huge bounce back, right, in the last, I don't know, 5 trading sessions. So again, I don't want to belabor the point, but if you're interested in learning about options, there's plenty of books out there, there's plenty of courses online, I'm sure, right? But it's a great thing to learn, just to sharpen your skills in the market. But traditionally, I mean, granted, there are big options traders. That's all they do is trade options. That's why today options expiration is a big deal, right? It's typically the last or third Friday of every month is typically where you'll find options expiration. And that's when you hear about quad witching and all these other things, which you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, like, oh, that's what that means, right? So anyway, don't want to belabor that point, but for those of you who are interested in options, you know, I would highly recommend learning more about it, just because it'll make you a better trader.
Well, I'm green so far. Green so far, but I really need EL and AMAT. In fact, I don't really I care about AMAT here. I probably should come out of this right now on AMAT on the short. I've only got a couple hundred shares. I've got EL loaded up here And if it can fail, I could really, really kick some tail here. But I got to come out of AMAT, and that time is right about now. I'm going to come out of the trade right here with a loss on AMAT. Okay. So out of AMAT, as it starts to strengthen, the only thing I have right now is EL. My day could still be made if, in fact, I can get, there we go, if, in fact, I can get this thing to drop.
Rick, I'm watching shop every day. Today, nothing. Nothing to shop. Pretty boring. Low R vol. Go to shop in different stock.
Arslan, to your question, selling a put for NVIDIA at $100. I would highly recommend the strike price matters, expiration matters, and IV matters. So all that, like just saying you're selling for $100, I'm not sure what the position, the date, the strike, but right, like it makes a difference. If you're new to it, again, I think Investorpedia's got some great info and even videos on like just understanding, even like, hey, what's a call spread? What's a put spread? What's a few of the initial options components. That's like an easy site to check out. Obviously, I'm sure YouTube or even people in our community. I imagine there's probably folks in our community that are pretty heavy options traders potentially, but again, don't want to take over the mic or the airwaves here just to talk about that. But all that stuff matters. So don't know how to answer your question specifically, but highly recommend taking a look at some of that. Maybe over the weekend. Could be a little homework assignment. Yep, theta and gamma for sure. Kev. It sounds like, Kev, you're pretty familiar with options, yeah? Maybe if that's of interest to the community, Scott and I could talk about maybe having a session there, one of our guest speakers.
Yep.
So it's not just us on the airwaves.
Yeah, just when I sell out the cover the AMAT, then it starts to turn down.
Keep an eye here on the 200, which basically right coincides with the VWAP on the SPY right now. The Q's just bounced off the 200, holding the 55, 1 minute. Now crowd breaks. Grr. Let's see if EL, you could get that move. What are you looking for? A break under 94, Scott?
Yeah, break under 94 and then 93.50 target on it. So
Right on.
So Deep, no, I see the one 48.25. I still like it, but I don't have a good stop right now. I don't have a good stop. What I'm wishing that will happen, maybe a false break up there, maybe a correction, and then we can have kind of a solid stop. But the trigger looks amazing, but there's no formation for me right now. So Justin, what time frame are you looking at Tesla right now? Okay. So I understand what you are thinking, but this is, look at this. I want to see how much we have, almost less than 2 minutes to finish it. It's really important, you know, if it's finished on the low side, I'm going to zoom in I don't know, maybe you can have a reversal, or, you know, few bars there can be amazing bear flag. I don't know, I'm just, you know, this is a crucial bar. I don't know where it's going, so I need more information, meaning more bars.
well, the problem with EL, I mean, as you can see it right here, if you always base your trades on, you know, volume, direction, and overall market, you can see that EL, there's absolutely zero volume in this stock. So that's going to be a tough one to crack here to the downside, unless we pick up some momentum somehow, some way. The interesting piece to today is that the NASDAQ has just turned green. We're up about 8 points. We started down 100. Now we're barely green. This is what I look for today. I don't see the market being overly weighted here. I do see that the market has recovered. We're pulling back now, Tesla and NVDA, but I do see some moves higher in the market to possibly take this thing and finish green today. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, based on some of the data, Scott, that we heard, you know, retail sales, CPI, PPI, et cetera, I'm going to be keeping a closer eye on, you know, credit card delinquencies kind of moving forward. I think there's still some potential downside risk overall economically that we're not talking about because, you know, housing, you know, rent basically is going up, which they kind of magically change how they report that information in that CPI data. So I was taking a closer look. I'm going to be kind of dissecting that this weekend just because I think there's potentially more headwind. Now, granted, do stocks continue to move higher? I always say trade what you see, not what you feel. But look, obviously, bulls showed up in a huge way in the last week. I mean, you figure SPY probably pays you on an annual basis, cyclically 8 to 9%, and we did that in a week. So, and that's, by the way, that's a round trip. So you're 15, 16% or more in a week and a half. I mean, that's a big swing. So I really think I'm going to take a closer look at that just to get a better idea from a macro perspective what could be in front of us. Does that mean that it impacts the trades today, tomorrow? Maybe not, but could be an opportunity to start building some hedges against certain sectors that might be a little more exposed, even if we do get rate cuts. So I'll take a look at that over the weekend. Hopefully we'll have some more to share probably by Monday, but stay tuned on that.
Still watching the Intel INTC. 20-cent stop. It's a good area that yesterday we actually broke it. Basically, a good daily is giving us a good support for that trigger right now. Tesla looks like a nice bear flag, but it definitely can bring people there and then bounce. Area of the VWAP, so I'm watching Tesla.
Yeah, these pullbacks were kind of expected, I would say. Tesla's 215.50 is the 200. NVIDIA's there now at 123.05. So if these levels break, there could be some more downside. The Qs are holding at 200 nicely. It is under the 55 again. This is all in a 1 minute. Typically on 1 minute in the open and then 5 minutes in the afternoon. Charts. EL reports Monday, don't they, Scott?
I think so. And ahead of this, they came out and just and downgraded it. So that's why I'm really on it. Hopefully we get this move. I'm counting on it. And like I said, a couple of things. This room is predicated on making winning trades, green days, winning trades, right? So if I have to sit here and babysit a stock for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the whole day, if I'm convicted that the stock is going to perform for us, then you know what? I'm going to do that because I don't have anything better to do, right? If you're trading, you're trading. Well, actually, I have better stuff to do, but when your money's on the line and you're convicted that the stock is going to go in the direction that which you think it is, then waiting for it and watching it and hopefully it develops into a winning trade. I'm all about that, and quite frankly, I don't need to sit here for forever and a day, right?
Yep, exactly. Well, I'll just side note on those puts that we had on the SPY and the Q. I'm going to trim them in once I see this little bounce on this red candle coming up. Maybe we don't. I don't know. But just those two, the puts that I had on the SPY and the Qs, put us up to about 1,200 on the day. So I'm going to go ahead and bank some of that. And I'll just leave one contract on the SPY, one contract on the Qs. But again, not a huge day, right? Part of what we talked about today was my focus is going to be hedging today. And fortunately, it's kind of working out thus far. Did I miss the big move on Tesla? Sure. Does it bounce here? Maybe. That's a pretty ugly pullback, right? So now you have to figure out, like, okay, will it fight to get above? Like Amir was even talking about, right? It's like, hey, that looked like a pretty nice bear flag setup, but it's up so huge on the day compared to the market. It's hard to figure out.
I had to take it, DVG.
You did? You took it?
I had to take the. No. If I have AI that actually hear what I'm saying and just put the order, I would be in good money. That was good. But you know what? With my big mouse, it's better not to. I will get into too many trades. But yeah, it was exactly the area, you know, like it started to do a bear flag, but not in a bigger time frame. So, and it's Tesla, you know, everybody, every professional, amazing trades in the highest level is trading Tesla. So
Hmm.
you need a very high conviction in your trade there. It's not, you know, the stop need to be the right stop. The trigger need to be, you just don't play around with Tesla. So,
Not
okay,
a lot of room
sometimes you
for error
miss,
on
you know.
Tesla, that's for sure.
Sometimes you miss a trade. It's good. It's better to miss a trade than just stuck the trades with no conviction and then it's not good and probably you know what I'm talking about. Probably.
Yeah, I do wonder sometimes. We've got such a great community here. I shared at least how I'm looking at stuff. Scott, you've done the same. Amir, you've done the same on just kind of how you set up charts, whether you're using certain indicators and things of that nature. For a lot of folks, right, just being able to have a very simple, hey, volume VWAP stock, right, like that works. And if you notice, even EL, Nvidia now, right, trying to get back to that VWAP. If you were to go long Nvidia, maybe it's over the VWAP. I would wait for a retest now because of such a sharp pullback. But that's typically what institutional traders are looking at, right? Qs are now over the VWAP. SPY is respected the VWAP. So I'm glad I, paid myself even on those hedges, right? Now those could literally go to my entry price, and I don't care because I already banked some profit on them. But days like today are just really, I mean, it's great. It's a great day to be a day trader versus investors right now. I imagine are pretty flustered, right? Hey, it's down 8% two weeks ago or whatever, a week and a half ago, and now I'm back to even. Um, do I buy this dip? Do I buy more? Do they even have liquidity or cash on the side to buy? I mean, I'd be reluctant to buy stuff at all-time highs personally, but I think of Meta, for example, or even Costco for that matter.
Just when I say that, just when I say the word all-time high, then I remind myself it could be the low of the new high. You never know. And that's what being a trader is all about.
Your EL is bouncing between the VWAP and the 9, Scott. That's
Yeah.
what she's doing. Exactly.
So whoever was watching Tesla, I'm keeping an eye on it now. Seeing how it behaves at this 200, seeing how it behaves at the retest of that previous low at 214.80. So let's see what happens here. It may break down to the close. If it breaks down to the close and continues to sell off, well, we probably have some more downside momentum. When you take the wind out of the sails of the two strongest stocks today that were absolutely crushing it, NVIDIA and Tesla, like you're seeing now, that's concerning, right? And you see that directly
Look at
reflected.
Apple also.
Yeah, Apple's. Yeah.
Look
I
at
mean,
Apple also.
so I mentioned
Exactly.
Microsoft today was the canary in the coal mine. Notice Microsoft not once today. Maybe at the open, and that's typically retail traders that are trying to get in early in the morning, right? But if you mark the low pre-market, which is 418.08, and the high, which is 421.84, we broke that 418.08, and now it's having trouble getting above that. So for me, that's the canary in the coal mine telling me, hey, maybe things aren't as bullish, right? And it's hard to see that when you're looking at Tesla and Nvidia that just completely exploded this morning to the upside. But if you're looking at, hey, do I get in long here, FOMO type trade, you now have to double check for a setup, right? Like right now, 215.60 on Tesla looks okay, where your stop might be 215. But I would wait because look at the Qs. Qs are having trouble now with the VWAP. And then, of course, cue the disclaimer. Who was it yesterday that said, "I'm sure all your friends know that line by now"? I can't remember who it was. I think it was Rick, maybe. Yeah, it was. I try to remember as best I can, so appreciate that, Rick. But yeah,
What context it was, DVG? What context he said that sentence?
oh, because I always say cue the disclaimer, right? Which is, hey, this is not financial advice, right? Merely opinions for educational purposes, so on and so forth, right? Like our risk disclaimer. And Rick jokingly said, "I'm sure all your friends know that by now," because I mentioned even, sometimes our community will put up a stock, let's say, whatever it is, I don't know, Netflix. Like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'll share kind of my perspective. Then at the end of my explanation, I'll say something to the effect of like, hey, maybe something I would or wouldn't take, right? Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Risk it at your own will, right? Not because we're here to tell you what to do with your money. So just kind of fun. We've got a great community here, guys. I don't know if we're still up on YouTube right now, but if you're thinking about joining, or if you haven't joined this community yet, you should seriously consider it. We've got an amazing community, people posting their trades, good-spirited folks, like-minded folks looking to learn more about day trading. So come join us. One day pays for the month. Yeah, exactly, Bill. I love to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, and we've had several days this week that could have paid for a year, I think, of the trading room. And listen, we're not, DVG and I have had plenty of conversations. It's not something that we're going to sit here and retire off of the people that pay for the room. But I think we've got such a great community of like-minded traders here, and we're growing leaps and bounds. And many of you have talked to your friends and colleagues and spreading the word. And YouTube has obviously helped. And thank you for everybody on YouTube for spreading the word as well. We're here to help. We're here to train. And we just, we're here anyway. So we want to make sure that everybody's having a great time. And if we can do that, I think efficiently and effectively, I think we got something on here that can last a long time. And with the right people here doing it day to day, with the input of everybody in the community, it's a winning strategy, and we love it. And I think, you've seen it here in the past. I think DVG's been here for a month or two. That it's been great. It's been great to have a good trading partner, and it's great to be able to broadcast that to everybody. And it's great to be able to trade with the community and share the story, share the blood, share the champagne. And that's kind of what we're all about here. It's not over trading. It's not swinging for home runs all the time. It's base hits every day. It's learning what you're doing. It's finding a little bit about yourself. I'll tell you what, the more you know about yourself and the way that you react and act to pressure, just builds your moral character. It really does.
To reflect on life, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things that
like you do when you're swimming.
We are doing here, especially exactly what you are saying. You get the right perspective. I think you just can share it in the community, because I think nobody can understand what's going on, on the mind of a trader, on the schedule of the trader. Nobody. They just see the money, or everybody think he knows better or whatever, but just only trader, and especially if you have more experience, can understand. Everybody think you're working from home. It's you need a schedule, you need a routine, you need a lot of things. It's not coming out of the blue. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I forget who was asking in our community, like, are we making boatloads of money here to be here. Honestly, it's what Scott said, right? Like we're trying to build a community, frankly, to give back to the community. We talk about like ideally if we can grow this, and I think Scott, we were talking about it. We're might be limiting the number of spots that we have open just so that we can kind of cater to the group here. So that window will close and we'll kind of open up, chunks of new members to the community. But fundamentally, like if we can grow this thing, the idea is that, we're able to give back, right? So I think some of us have talked about, hey, what if we do like a summit and we all get together and like, wouldn't that be great? We'd love to do stuff like that, right? But frankly, at the end of the day, there's overhead costs, running tech and also the fun stuff and also our time. But really, I mean, Scott, I know you've got a couple other things. I've got a couple other things like businesses and that, but we make our money from trading along with, other aspects of the business. But if we can grow this community to a level where, we're helping change folks' lives, like that's what we're doing it for, right? At the end of the day, Amir, you nailed it. Half the time, I've got friends that are like, hey, what do you do? And when you try to explain markets to a lot of folks, what I find fascinating is not a lot of people pay attention to this.
I'm not. In my professional, I'm an architect. So if somebody tell me what I'm doing, I'm just telling that I'm an architect. Really. Mm-hmm. I'm not even getting, sometimes we have these issues if we're around friends and they are talking about of course the wife say they are talking about, investment stuff like this, and she asked me, why are you not, share your knowledge, blah blah blah. And I told her I don't need to, really. I don't need to, because especially here, everybody thinks you know better than you. And really, I don't need to, really, I have a good self-esteem, really. I don't need nobody appreciation. So I feel comfortable in the place I'm there. So
yeah,
I'm not making conversation, nothing, with people, and it is what it is. I'm really feel blessed, with this profession. I think that's enough, Around there's nothing, the kids see the chart, they think it's the most boring thing that I'm doing, When my daughter was small, little, she was saying, they were asking what your parents is doing in the kindergarten. So she said, my father's watching the computer and laughing. So that's the expression of the day trader in a 3-year-old daughter. So, yeah. And regarding the trading room, when Scott told me, I told him, don't do the trading room. Definitely he wants to share the community and everything, because really, money, you're not making so much with the trading room. And maybe if he was trading alone, he would make much more money, I think, with not, his intention was trading. But sometimes, yes, you need to be a social person, because first, even me, when I'm trading with students, when I'm doing mentoring, I'm learning, because you learn. Because what's the problem is you're going to be thinking all the time that the sun is shining from nowhere, and this is not true. You need to learn, you need to get ideas, you need to be part of something. Now the problem is, of course, the levels. Like there is people here with tons of experience and it's fine, and people with less. To combine between them, so for example, they will send their daily report card or something like this. That can be a huge something for your development as a trader. Somebody else will see not exactly the financial, but the approach. You get a more opinion on what you're doing, because we are alone. So this is something that maybe we can develop, and this will grow the community and your skills for sure.
Yeah, Rick, as far as posting the trade, I mentioned it before. I want to see a test of that 214.80. We saw that little blip lower. Realistically, I wanted to maybe even try 215. So I don't love the fact that I got in a little bit later, but it was above the 200. So it showed that I've bounced, and I mentioned that level beforehand, right? 215.60 would be an interesting level if we can stay above that, but I'd want to see a retest and I'd wait. So hopefully that helped. Looks like it's pulling back here on Tesla, but I'm not going to give it a ton of wiggle room, right? If it just takes out, I don't know, let's call it 215.20, I'll be out. It was more of a build position because I want to see if we get over the VWAP, I'll add, and then if we get over the 55, which is 217, I'll add again.
I'm not sure with Tesla because there's no support there at DVG. If it was getting to the 214, definitely I will start the building the position, but we're kind of between, you know, the 9, at least in my chart, 9 and the close.
Yeah, so for me, it's the 200. So I wanted to see a retest of the 214.80. And if it broke down, obviously more downside to the close, but it held. And as soon as I saw it get over that 200 EMA, I built a position.
You're using it in a daily?
What's that?
You're using it intraday, the 200?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I use it in the morning sessions. I'll use it as like another, almost like a secondary VWAP. What I love to see is like, even if you look at the Qs right now, the VWAP and the 200 are almost aligned, almost. The 200 is slightly higher than the VWAP. So that can operate as a potential resistance, but if we get above it like it's looking now, we should see a push higher. Now, granted, I use that just frankly when I'm looking at daily, hourly, 5-minute, and 1-minute. I keep all these, I've got 3 simple moving averages and 1 EMA. So my 200 EMA plus a bunch of simple moving averages.
Oh, so your chart is busy.
It is. It is.
A lot of lines. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
Guys, Nike.
Good.
We're almost at point. Again, this is the high of the pre-market, slowly but surely 83.50. And again, watch the daily, watch the potential. I'm fascinated by Nike this week just because of the daily. You know, I got into swing and it just blew my mind. It blew my mind, and the potential there is amazing. I think he did in 3 days like 7%, something like this, and this is just the tip of a toe. Potential there is amazing, and probably everybody start to see it and will come late, which I don't really care.
So rather than add to Tesla like I wanted to, I may trim at the VWAP, 216.50 area. Let's see how it moves here. We get a big push over the VWAP. I probably will still trim. We get a push over 217, I'll add. But it needs to be in one swift move.
That's interesting is, you know, we've said this a couple of times in the past year, being a trader,
No,
you can go both ways, right? And being able to make that switch, that's what makes it really a great trader. Like, you know, NVDA, if you could have caught it on the way down and then took it on the way up here, just past that white dotted line, I think that would have been a great play.
I'm going to trim here, Tesla. But yeah, so I'm watching the Qs and Tesla, like side by side. I also have, you know, Meta, Microsoft, others that, like, look, at this point now, my stop, I'll give it 10 cents below my entry on Tesla, just because I don't want to risk anything, right? We had a decent day today, you know, a little over 1,300 bucks. Not bad.
Great day. Imagine $1,300 every day, right?
Yeah.
200 grand a year. Wish it was that easy, right, partner?
Yeah, some days are easier than others. You know, yesterday was we talked about just throw a dart. It didn't work out that simple in the morning session, like bright and early, but you know, a little patience paid off and it worked out. But you know, days like today where it's just chopping around. I mean, I'm not eager to take huge positions. And again, Microsoft being my canary. To me, it's telling me a bigger story than some of the other stocks, right? It's just straight down. Meta, kind of the same boat. And I took a short on Meta earlier today. Now seeing it break down at 526. I really wanted to see 525, but we got to like 528, and I'm like, it's good enough. 529 peeled off some more. So we're about to get stopped out here on Tesla, 215.50. Be my stop. I'll make it 215.54. Save myself 4 cents. Why not? Sachin. Yeah, I don't. Am I on at 11:30, Scott, or is it Aggie today?
I think Aggie is
Aggie's
on today. Yeah.
Okay. Sachin, at the 2 o'clock session, I'll be sharing my charts. So if you care to join. So I think that'll probably be my morning. I've got a small position left on Tesla. I probably won't add. I've got my stop out there. I'll probably get stopped out before anything else. Q's looking like they want to aim a little lower. Same with the SPY. We've got puts on both. So if it moves a little lower, that's fine. But look, great morning thus far. Maybe we make a few bucks by the time the afternoon session comes up. But listen, it's Friday. So good chance I'll be calling it early today, maybe around 3, depending on how markets behave. I'm looking at news right now. Give me 1 second. What do we have this afternoon? Fed Goolsby at 1:25 p.m. and nothing after that. So you'll probably still be with Aggie when Goolsby speaks. But listen, hope everybody is able to join this afternoon. Like I said, it'll probably be short-lived. We had a great session this morning. Amir, as always, thanks for joining us. Scott, always a pleasure. Good luck on your EL trade.
Thank you, my friend.
I'll see you guys this afternoon. Cheers.
Thank you, David G. Guys, who
I
is
thought
still
that
in
I
Nike?
thought the NVDA trade was pretty easy. The one that just over that white dotted line there, that was nice.
Who is
Paris,
still
I'll
in
be
Nike,
right back.
guys?
Just give me a
Why damn, Nikita? You're out? All out. After you take the chart of daily Nike and put it above the computer, under, write and embrace this sentence on the way you can put the Eric Clapton song. You have a song, not about trading, but it calls also Let It Grow. And just hear it on repeat. And I'm telling you, I think from the first day that I was here with you, always leave something. You have to see the daily, you have to see the move, you have to see it on 30 minutes. Just let it go. So what, Nikita? You need to carry every bar on your back? So what if it's taken? As long as the trend is continued, you go to higher time frame, and Justin, I'm going to share with you the way I'm seeing perspective. You have a
Okay,
big
traders,
queue
I
ahead.
need to take a hard break here. Amir, Aggie's going to be here in about 10 minutes to take over. I'm going to be sleeping with EL. That's the only thing I have right now. And again, I will pop back in this afternoon, but 93.50 target. If we get there, fine. If we get stopped out, could be a red day because of my share size on EL. But hopefully we start to roll over. Hopefully the market stays in there, but we'll find out here. So everybody have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Aggie's up next. She's ready to rock and roll. Amir, enjoy the weekend, my friend.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
too.
Godspeed. I'll see everybody. I'll come pop back in later on this afternoon. So you're not done with me yet. Talk to you later.
Ciao. So Justin, I see the 1480, but this is how I'm thinking about a trade regarding risk rewards. My stop is very higher. I told you, more than a point. We have the close of yesterday, 214.10. Let's say 214. Not a good risk reward, definitely not for the lunchtime. What I'm thinking is if we're going to bounce to 214 and I see maybe a base, I will start buying a position there. This is what I told DBG. When I think he started to buy some, I told him I will feel comfortable at around 214. So this is what I'm thinking about Tesla. Semi is the weakest sector. Retail is strong. Utilities. Let's see some stock in the utilities. Don't have a lot. Here's now Tesla is coming to a nice area. 214. I think here I'm buying some Tesla right now. 25, 30. Stop gonna be under the 114, 214, sorry. I want to see if we're actually bouncing from here. And I want to see the finishing of this 2 minutes. We can add more above 214.50 in Tesla. It's gonna be scalp. Gonna see a big move there. Right now more than 500,000 shares in this candle. I like it. I like it. Above 214.60. Gonna add more in Tesla. So I can't try it because we are in the middle of a trade. 214.60. That will be the area to add in Tesla. Apple is above the close. Q still not bouncing. SPY on the VWAP. Nvidia. Okay. Okay, Tesla. At above 60. With some resistance around to 1510, something like this, and after that, hopefully we can get to the VWAP. We have 2.5 minutes to finish this 5 minute, but on 2 minutes looking good. Somebody took Tesla, guys? Yeah, good, good. You understand the trade, correct? You understand, there's, I don't want you just to take triggers. You need to understand. It's all about, support and resistance. Here is the close. What could be the risk? I bought it 20. My stop was like 25 cents in Tesla. Right now it already did like 60. I even add. Yeah, it's lunch, so I have to be aggressive. I want to see if we can break 215. Okay, get to 15. Probably we can bounce like 20 cents or more. We have some resistance here on the 9 around 215. We got almost 215, 214.93. But the risk reward was, again, hopefully the trade will succeed, but the risk reward was pretty good. The stop, the under 114, 214, 213.90, 93. Close of yesterday is 214.14. So it bounced there. I was looking for there. I just threw an order. And the risk reward is like, 25 cents, more like 30 cents stop, and high is at least for the first resistance is almost 1 to 2, 1 to 3. And if we break the 215, the next area is around 216.50. So the potential is pretty good. We have like 20 seconds to finish this candle. I want to see the next one above 215 and then let it go. We take some profits. Exactly, Saud. Exactly. Good. Apple is above the VWAP. Q. Good. I want to see Q. Next bar above 473.50. Definitely it's going to give us support for Tesla. Some people call, how they call Tesla? Stressla. Some people get stressed with Tesla. I think it's the best technical stock. It's big, he has sometimes spread, but it's training plan, and the more people are trading it, it's pretty easy to understand it from technical point of view. I care less if it's 214, Okay, 215. We broke it, but fade a little bit. Oh yeah, this is what I want to see. 2415. Need to see the bid is going above. The ask was above, but not the bid. Nike. Scott is not here, so I'm going to. I bought EL 94.60, and my stop there is now 20 cents. Yeah, I could feel the buyers there. I could feel. And just bought it hour ago. Something like this. Not a big risk reward. The potential there is amazing. If you're gonna break 95, 95.10, yeah, the daily looks amazing. Can be a nice reversal on the daily. So I'm gonna tell you why I'm taking the 95 even, because I don't want to see it. If it's going back, I want to see from here the buyers coming and buying it back first. Right now, if it's gonna go back to my entry around, maybe my average is around 30, I'm gonna reduce, because definitely I did almost 1 to 2, so I'm not gonna give it all back. And the key is, from here I want to see the bounce. This is not the type of trade, especially at this time. I'm gonna go 80, and then there's less power than the opening, so the stock can do whatever it can do. And so under 14, like maybe 5 cents, I'm out. You see, I have a trading plan. You have to have a trading plan for every situation. Mara. Yeah, it was the trigger for the opening, and I forgot to watch it. And I bought Mara on the 15 on the wash. This Bitcoin. I'm not gonna do it with the Mara. No. Stressler go up. I'm putting Stressler next to Nike. Nike is very consistent. Nike, from our first entry, we are almost 1.2 points. Stressler. Did you see the bars right now in Tesla? This is 300,000 shares. The low of this candle was almost 60 cents. Wow. This is Tesla. Now I want to see it above 15. Or is 15 on the ask, but I bid. Spread right now is nothing, like 4-5 cents. Okay, 15.2. 15.02 on the ask. The bid 15. Not yet. We didn't break the bid. The 15. There's a pressure there. It's exactly the 9 EMA. Definitely there's a battle. I think Nike, I'm gonna take another partial. I just took one partial. And probably towards 84. Maybe before I'm throwing an order limit, a few cents under. And after that, I'm gonna, let's see. How does it look on the 15 minutes? Wow. I'm gonna dream about Nike. I will talk in my sleep. I will say, just do it. This is a good chart. Really good chart. Okay, Stressler. 215. Tesla. Boom. Boom. Congratulations, guys. The bid is about. Wow. Definitely 215 is the battle area between the long and the short. You see, guys, the level 2? In your computer, of course. Of Stressler. Break into 215, immediately go a little bit few cents down. Rick, see what happened in your Shopify? Suddenly. It's you, the bar? Here's Stressler. Guys, do you see Stressler? See Tesla? And no. I don't know. The 60 I knew here. Now around 216, guys. Boom, boom, boom. I'm from the first entry, 1 point. On 25-30 cent stop. So it's good one. Let it grow. Looks really good in 5 minutes. Looks really good. Doesn't matter the shares. What is your risk for trades? So deep. Yeah, I'm full size. Full size. I'm full size. I want to see the... Right now, I want to see if... This is a crucial bar because we broke the 9 EMA. I want to see it going above 32. If it's gonna, you know, hang around too much, I will take a partial, yeah, definitely. And I'm gonna raise my stop to the under 214.30. Yeah, this is not the time, the day to start, you know. You have to be aggressive and definitely you can take even more than. I'm waiting for the end of this candle. I see the pressure of the buyers, so no 50-cent risk. No, but you have if you have, so you're jeopardizing around $50 for a trade, correct? If somebody's stealing Nike, guys, 84 before the partial, another one. No, but this is usually your risk, Sudip. You're risking $50 for a trade. Took some profit in Tesla, My stop is to 14.30. Okay, that's okay. Now we have a good support of the 9. Before it was a resistance, now it's support. So I want to see. Okay. I'm gonna be aggressive. 215.35. Add more, like 40 cents stop. Exactly around here. Nice bull flag. Then sorry that I can't write it to you. Just have to listen. Trading and it's a good bar. We have 20 seconds to finish this. 2 minutes, this 5 minutes more than a minute, but it's looking good. I'm just starting to see. Just watch your Tesla with 5-minute bars. Look the place where we bought it. From there, higher low, higher low, higher low. This is precious. Really. You see guys? The Tesla higher lows in 5 minutes. Wow, an Apple new high. Nvidia, yeah. Nvidia definitely we can did the same. Nvidia, it's like a double bottom, yeah. But you see guys the Tesla, what I'm talking about? Amazing, good. Like 40 cents on the ad. I have an order again around the VWAP around 216.30, something like this. 216.30, yeah, something like this. Ah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Hopefully you didn't sell everything. No, over VWAP we don't have advantage. I added above 35. Why? Because it was kind of a bull flag. At least for me, I was zooming on 2 minutes and it was above the 9 EMA. It's a good support. Now it's a pretty nice candle. I think that if we break the 215.80, it's gonna do an extra 50 cents towards the 1630, and if we break that, the high of the day is almost 3 points from there, so who knows? You know what I'm gonna say. Let it go. Look at Apple, guys. The Q is above the VWAP going to the high. The SPY is getting towards the high. we have a good guide. You have to watch everything, the big pictures, and just trade. Guys, hopefully you like the session that we're doing every Wednesday, but this is a link. I have a channel also on the YouTube, so I'm just posting there a lot of sometimes, you know, stocks that we trade, I trade, and there's tons of mentoring session that I did, pretty short, like 15 minutes, about major topics. So definitely you can go there, subscribe, and it's really nice materials. Tesla, boom, 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 boom. Go above 16. This is the way to finish the day, huh? Trade like this, pump it, give you tons of adrenaline. Okay. 12, 16. Okay, we're getting to the 16. Who added above the 35, guys, in Tesla? Here's the 16. Boom. Unbelievable, huh? What a trade. Look at the bars right now. And look where we bought it. You know, we bought the trade exactly where we should, huh? This is nice. Not just because of the money. You know, you do certain trade over and over again, your eyes can start seeing it. Yeah. Hopefully you didn't throw everything, Swade. Wow, look at this. Now the next 21630 area, let's take another power shot exactly where we wanted the view up. After that we can leave the last quarter. Who knows what's going to happen, but who cares? Very nice. Guys, you have any questions? Because I'm done. It was a good day today. You know, sometimes we did the pedal to the metal, sometimes we rest. And definitely Nike still excited me. I like the Tesla trade also. I don't know when next week. On Wednesday I'm gonna be here definitely. Maybe also I'm gonna trade on Tuesday, I think. You too, Tim. Guys, get a good weekend. And go over your trades. See what you did best, what not. So you can do it much better. Thank Nikita. Hopefully. I don't have any connection to him, Sudik. You can write him on the Twitter, on the Facebook, yeah, if you miss him, yeah. He's still on the web, I see him, so definitely you can write to him, tell him, yeah, it's fine. So, bye guys.
Thank you, Amir. Beautiful trade on the Tesla. Hi, everyone. In the lunch session. How are you today, guys? I hope everyone is green on the last trading day of the week, where the bulls just took the control again, looks like. And seems like they are going to stay till the end of the day. Green Jack, good. That's for sure. It's not bad at all. Okay, traders, I am green as well. I just catch this Tesla. Beautiful $5 move. It's just in the beginning of the day now. And I'm just observing the market whether we will see a new daily high today. And so far looks like, yes, we will. And what I like now is the NVDA. This is what I'm watching over 123 and 70. Sandy, if you are still in, okay. I was thinking of you in the morning. You were not here. I've seen it was just, pulling down. However, the numbers were good, so I did not get it. Okay. Oh, you mean the earnings plays? Oh, yeah. It can be tricky though, and risky. Just tricky but risky. Okay, traders. I think I'm going to call first this. Yes, NVIDIA. Google doesn't look bad either. Amazon on the highs, and overall market is just moving higher now. So let's see NVIDIA first. 123 and 75. Yes, the King of coin was a nice scalp, not a big move over 204. And the Bitcoin is just under the VWAP again. But the overall market, especially the triple Q and the Apple, seem like unstoppable for today. Hi, Jim. Yeah, usually lunchtime it's a bit slow, I know. SPY is ready to take the highs, as I see again. Triple Q back to the highs. Apple new daily high and does not stop at all. Nice, Jim. Yeah, this Tesla was a beautiful reversal from Amir. Really liked it. And here comes the new high on the SPY soon. Daily high, at least. I have no trade at the moment, waiting for NVIDIA. Apple touching the 226 area, amazingly strong today again. Yes, Nikita, that's crazy. This is really the 10th green day on the Apple. My trader seems like the bulls are really unstoppable today, so I am expecting a new daily high on the SPY at any time. Apple is just pushing higher, and my NVDA has not entered yet. I'm just waiting for the NVDA. However, don't forget it's option expiration days, so anything can happen. Also, the bulls are quiet, strong. Wow, okay. Now, this is what I was talking about. Anything can happen. A sudden drop at 12. Okay, Sandeep, lower share size because I'm nicely to the green side. I do not want to, lose it. And seems like every dip is a buying opportunity on the market today. Jacques, that's a good mission for the Friday lunchtime, that's for sure. So everything is just on a reasonable small share size, especially if you are in green. Yes, Nikita, that's why I like NVIDIA, because it's not on the highs. It's just on an intraday breakout pattern. Small pullback on the market, but I would say this is still a consolidation because it did not break the 20 EMA. Here we are on the 20 EMA 553 coming on the SPY. I still do not feel like that anything is in danger on this very strong day again. I call it strong because we started with a gap down and it just filled the gap quite fast on the market. Apple is still doing a bull flag. In the meantime, looks like it's ready to break 226, but not my type of pattern for sure. NVIDIA has not entered yet. I'm waiting for it to enter. I think SPY reversal should happen now. If it's not happening, might we see a little bit more pullback? I don't think so, though. Everything is so strong. Apple breaking 226. Amazing. Now we are just waiting for the market to do the new daily high at the moment. Here comes the reversal. My NVDA entry is still valid, traders. I still like it. And here comes the new high soon. Okay. NVDA has not entered yet. 123.77 is my entry here. And the market is ready to go for a new daily high. In the meantime, I want to see on NVDA 124.40 for the first partial here. And here comes the new daily high on the SPY. Can help to NVDA, hopefully. We need to see a break over the 124. It's coming soon, I think. And the overall market is unstoppable completely. It's just insane, by the way. Okay, 30 more cents to take a partial on NVDA. Looks nice. Apple does not stop. SPY doesn't stop. And come on, NVDA, you should not stop either. That's nice, Rock. Great. Yeah, Tesla is still moving higher. Very nice as well. And the bulls are completely unleashed on the market. Okay, traders, sorry, I am here. Phone call. All right, guys, so seems like this is just a one-way ticket day at the end. So it's still only 12:20, but for me, seems like it's just a bull flag and continuation so far. I have not taken any partial yet on the NVDA. Seems like it is just forming. Yes, Nikita, Tesla is still going as well. Beautiful, that trade. Too, NVDA has not reached the partialing point yet. And as I told you, the market is still making the bull flag formation, which means it's going to break out soon. Oh, Microsoft. Look at Microsoft traders. It just broke out. I did not like the volume on that stock today. It seems like it's just joining the bull party here. Nicely, well done. Beautiful reversal again on CRWD. And here comes another breakout. Hopefully now it's going to help to the NVDA as well. And mine, I'm going to join Tesla again over 217. Let's see. Congrats. Beautiful trade on CRWD. Come on, NVIDIA. Hi, Yoni. TTD checking. Guys, NVIDIA is still just making this bull flag. It's still completely okay. Spice back to the, whoa, wow. What happened with the TTD? Nice. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Yes, NVIDIA. It's a nice bull flag. I still like it. Also, Spice back slightly under the 20 EMA, but I think it's just another reversal point here for the market. On the NVIDIA, I still want to see 40 more cents to take the partial. And even Meta looks interesting here over the 531 level. And here comes again the reversal on the market. After back to the 20 EMA. All right, traders, I am still patient with this NVDA trade or so. I do not want to see to break this 123.50. So I have only 20 cents of a stop loss, which is nothing. Triple Q is breaking out. Apple unstoppable is just going higher and higher. And as I've told you, the SPY made a reversal from the 20 EMA so far. And the SPY is just breaking out for a new high at the moment. Come on, NVDA. We need to move more here. Market's starting to be a bit extended, traders, so I'm going to be cautious here. Okay, nice, NVDA. Come on. My stop loss now is just under 124.70, traders, 124.70. And let's break 124.20 now. And I have another call here. I like Microsoft over 419 and 50. It's just making a beautiful consolidation supported by the VWAP. Great bull flag. Let's see if it can move towards to the 420 area. So actually only a scalp like 40, 45 cents. That looks nice. And here comes our NVDA traders. And of course, the SPY is just moving to a new high. I'm using the, oh, sorry. That's good that you just asked because Scott's screen is still up. I'm using on the intraday, like on the 1, 2, and 5 minutes charts, I'm using the 20, 50, and 100 EMA, and of course the VWAP. On the daily chart, because I'm always checking the daily chart together, and the volume, of course, the volume it's always up. And on the daily chart, I'm using the 20, 50, and 200 EMA. Okay, so these are the indicators which I'm using. These are my favorites. Okay, traders, here comes NVDA to the 50 cents level. And you know what? Maybe I'm not going to be greedy. Maybe I'm not going to be greedy this NVDA and just taking the 50 cents there, especially now that the stop loss is just under the, slightly under the entry. Because as I've told you, I feel like the market is a bit extended. Nice, here is our 50 cents in the money on the NVDA. Beautiful. 30, very good. Anyway, 124. 40 was my original partialing point here. So I'm just taking 80% off my share size, traders. 80% off. And finally, I did not miss NVDA. This was my guidance room traders. They know that I was a bit sad because I just missed this nice move on the NVDA whole week long. So traders on 25, I took a partial on the NVDA, stop loss 123.70. Okay, 123.70. And let's see whether we can continue higher or so. As I told you, I feel like the market is a bit extended. We should pull back to the VWAP, I think, or to the 50 EMA on the 5 minutes chart. Let's see. Microsoft, I still like it until it's not breaking 419, okay? And again, Amir's call on the Tesla reversal, that was just marvelous. But if it's breaking 217, I'm going to consider to take a long on that one. And also, I feel like the market is a bit extended in the last some hours of a move to the upside, but it doesn't mean it's going to make any reversal, guys. I can't even imagine for a continuation even higher. Like, as I've told you, it easily can be a one-way ticket day for the afternoon session or even for the lunchtime. Lee, are you still holding any stocks on the CRWD? Because it's still stretching higher. Beautiful trade. And of course, traders, if you have any trading idea, please just type it in the chat. I'm more than happy to take a look at it. You're out, okay. Yeah, pullback entry around 260 would be great indeed. I agree. Okay, guys. Oh, SPY is breaking 20 EMA. This is the first time when I see that might we will see a small pullback, not a huge one, I guess. I think it was just a perfect timing on the NVDA first partial, 80% out of my share size, as I've told you. Microsoft is still doing this consolidation over the VWAP. I still like the setup. Apple ready to break out again. Amazing this stock is. 554 by the SPY. This is a make or break. Mark Oracle short checking. RCL. Interesting. Yeah, this is just the same like the overall market and the Apple very extended to the upside. I'm not sure I want to take it, but looks nice. Oh, it's already in. Okay, maybe a small pullback really coming on the market at this time. Let's see, traders. Mark, if you're taking Oracle, then good luck with that. So far, I'm still holding NVDA stop loss on 123.70. And still waiting on the Microsoft. SPY seems like it's just going to make another reversal on the 20 EMA. Apple, another bull flag. Amazing. The SPY as well, indeed. Healthy pullback till the 100 EMA at least would be great on the SPY, by the way. We could find more reversal plays here. Let's see if it's going to happen. But I still like Microsoft and I still like Tesla. Okay, traders. Yes, Sandeep. Actually, there is no doubt that this recovery on the market, it definitely helped to the AMAT. But yes, you are right. You're completely right with that. All right, traders, seems like market is ready to go for a new high. So no reversal. Duncan, it's okay. Ooh, look at Tesla. Just moving higher, just like the market overall. Amazing. Not even mentioning the Apple, indeed. I still feel like the market is a bit extended. I'm not going to enter Tesla. I still like Microsoft though, and I'm holding my last shares on the NVDA traders. That's it at the moment. At 125 though, we will get a FOMC member Goolsbee speaks. I would be surprised if he would be dovish and not, or hawkish and not dovish, like negative and not positive in the tone. Let's see. So still holding NVIDIA. Microsoft has not entered yet, and the market seems like another breakout coming together with the Apple. He's dovish, yeah, Tim, I know, most of the times at least. Especially now, after that kind of great economic data of the week. He should be dovish. I agree. And here comes the new high on the market. Okay, NVIDIA looks like great for another breakout as well. SPY just broke out together with the triple Q. And my Microsoft has not entered yet. Tesla is still a great trade if you're holding it. Beautiful call. Again from Amir. Wow, what a breakout, guys. Look at that. Amazing. Five, 5, 5 coming on the SPY with a big breakout. And here comes my NVDA, and I did enter Microsoft traders. I want to see a 419.90 for the first partial. Okay, guys, I'm still holding NVDA. Let's go for 125 for the next partial. Overall market is still extremely strong. No sign for a pullback at all. But in 20 minutes, Goolsbee is coming for a speech. I'm still holding Microsoft full share size and NVDA 20% of my share size. Thank you, the King. Sorry that you missed. Yeah, that was quite a okay trade so far. Okay, guys, here comes the other breakout again. Amazing. As I've told you, this is a completely one-way ticket day so far on the market. Traders, if you have anything on the radar, any trading idea, please just let me know. The lunchtime so far, it's a one-way ticket move to the upside on the overall market. As I've told you in like I think it's at 125, but you know what? I'm just checking this Goolsbee speech. I'm checking because he's usually it's you know, he can move the market. Yeah, 1:25 p.m. exactly. Okay, traders, I'm still holding this Microsoft, but unfortunately, it's just made a small pullback. NVIDIA is still doing great, and the overall market, I think, is just going to be another pullback. That's it, or a reversal from the 20 EMA. Everything is still extremely strong here. Okay, traders, I'm going to be out under 124 from the NVIDIA and under 418.90 of the Microsoft, because as I see, the market is just back to the 50 EMA. Still not a big risk though, but let's just be ready for that if we do drop. I bet on another reversal rather on this. Mark, I think it's going to be another bounce. As I've told you, the market is extremely strong. In 5 minutes, GUSB may be helping on this bounce. My Microsoft is still going, NVIDIA as well. Tesla, beautiful. Okay, traders, seems like the Microsoft is still doing great. And yeah, here we are with another bounce on the market. Amazing. And Wolfsby is coming in 1 minute, so be okay, traders. I'm still holding NVIDIA and Microsoft here. Market slightly pulling back under the 50 EMA now. Let's see if it can pull back to this 554 level. I don't think so though. I still think that this is a really strong bullish market today and cannot be ruined. Let's see. Goolsby's speech is on at the moment. Amazon checking. Yeah, I agree. It looks like as a ascending triangle for a breakout indeed. And here comes the next breakout. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm here. I just had a phone call. AMAT, just checking. So far looks like my Microsoft is going to get out, unfortunately. Under 418 and 90 it's going to be out, okay? AMAT is not doing too much, by the way, Mark, but let's see. SPY is back to the 50 EMA at this time. Let's see if it can go high or no, lower. Actually, I would like to see a touch of the 100 EMA. That would be great. I mean it. Guys, for the afternoon session, DVG is going to come in and take over. Personally, I have one winner so far on NVDA. Unfortunately, seems like this Microsoft under 418.90 is going to be a loser. Morning session was great, very green, especially thanks to Tesla. And there is no doubt that Amir's reversal on 214 on the Tesla, that was just perfect. Unfortunately, I'm out traders on the Microsoft. So one loser one winner for this lunchtime session, which was really interesting. And actually, the SPY just broke under the 100 EMA, so things are starting to be interesting here. NVDA stop loss under 124 still. Looking in a little profit, but not too much. And unfortunately, Microsoft could not do it. Such a shame. And SPY looking like as a bear flag. I'm still watching on the 1 minute chart. Tara, seems like even Amazon could not do it. So this is the pullback which I was expecting for today, by the way. Thanks to the how is it called, the option expiration is just happening now, so watch out. But still I must tell you, might some reversal trade are going to be valid after 2 p.m. But DVG is going to be here for you to lead through the afternoon session.
Hey, Aggie, quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, DVG. Yes, it's perfect. How are you today?
On. You know, it's Friday, so it'll be a short one for us today. I'll be signing off at 3 o'clock today because we missed date night last night, so I gotta plan something tonight.
I see. Okay, sounds great. Well, maybe
Yeah.
I can be back at 3 p.m. if you want.
I don't know. I could check with the team here because it's Friday. You know, typically, obviously today we've got options expirations. We'll probably see some volatility here in the afternoon, but I don't anticipate. It'd be a little bit more similar to the trades we had this morning, where it's, if anything, I'm taking hedges, right? So if I'm going to be long a position, I'll be short another position. So they'll kind of cancel each other out. But you know, great move on the markets today, huge push. So
yeah,
hopefully for those who are long, we're able to take some profits. How was the lunch session?
No complaint. Well, for the lunch session, it's one winner, one loser. But the morning session, it was really good. So no complaints. Nice. I just took the Tesla. I heard you were sorry that you missed it. I just called it in the guidance room, so we took it.
Good.
It was a nice one. And now I'm still having a winner on NVDA, but unfortunately Microsoft could not do it. So this is the story of the lunchtime at the moment. Let's see if we can still push higher. Seems like, actually. This market is unstoppable, and Bitcoin is moving higher. Look at that. It's strong move on the Bitcoin indeed. Maybe coin can be interesting here again over 204. But this is just my thoughts. Okay. All right. So guys, that's it for me. Beautiful trading week with you as always. DVT, thank you. Have a nice, great afternoon session. And if you need me, just shout. Okay. The children are out today, so I am free. Finally.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to be signing off at 3, so up to you if you want to come back. I'll, leave it to the room if they want to stick around till the close today. I just think, like I said, with some of that volatility coming in likely this afternoon, maybe we see some selling, but I don't know. But based on how the market's moving right now, looks like we want to hold these levels. So probably some chop into the close. Kind of be my guess. Maybe a small pullback. So definitely be cautious in the next hour.
Well said. Okay. All right. So I'm going to be back, I think, then at 3 p.m. Okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. See you guys. Bye. Take care.
Well, good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody had an amazing morning, a good lunch session. While I was away, looks like markets decided to move higher, which is great for those of you who were participating during the lunch session. Sounds like Aggie might be back at 3 o'clock. Personally for me, right, having a nice green morning, not eager to jump in and risk a whole lot. Did have some questions again about kind of charts and setup, so we'll pull that up momentarily. But before we do, we will start off the afternoon session like we always do. Any guesses of what we start with? Let me know if you guys can see my screen. Should be up now. Okay. Can anybody not see my screen? Mike Jones? That's right. The heat map is how we always kick things off, right? So let's take a quick look at the heat map. Anything in gray is pretty much flat. Anything red, obviously, down on the day. Green, up for the day. As you guys know, I like to get rid of the flat ones. Let's look at where the money's moving. So it looks like, we could see quite a bit of red throughout the market. Seeing a few bright spots here. Netflix with a huge move. I seem to be early on a couple of these things. We talked about Netflix the other day, perfect bull flag forming. Took the trade, had the option, a 670 call option, added to it yesterday, and then it tanked. So we got out of that trade, and now today it does the move I've been looking for. I could argue the same thing for Nike and Starbucks. The good news is, at least my train of thought is there. It's just a matter of how long can I hold it. So that's kind of been my analysis in the last few days of just looking at my trading and looking at my journals and realizing like, hey, look, I might be early to a move. So maybe instead of going big and heavy on things like Starbucks or Nike, maybe build into that position for a longer term run and, reap the benefits. And I could argue the same thing for Netflix. So kind of something I'm going to be working on. We talk a little bit about that during these sessions, right? Make sure you have a winning trade or a losing trade, either one, more so the losing trades. Figure out why, right? What did you do right? What did you do wrong? Was your entry there? Could you have waited for a retest on a certain level? Why was there a setup? Was it FOMO? You were just trying to get in, right? Just be brutally honest with yourself, right? Because ultimately at the end of the day, we're all trying to get better as traders. We all trade a little differently, right? So there's not necessarily a wrong way to trade unless you're just coming in for, treating it like a casino. So highly recommend you don't do that. But as Rick will always say, cue the disclaimer, right? At the end of the day, we're not here to tell you what to do with your money. We're here to just offer an opinion. Hopefully it helps you. but risk your own money that you can afford to lose, and more importantly, do what you can to become a better trader. Treat this like a business. Study, grow, learn. Someone was talking about options this morning, right? Take the weekend, maybe figure out, spend 8 hours, 10 hours reviewing information around options. If it's something of interest, it'll help your skills as a trader. So be open to that. At the end of the day, part of having this wonderful community, we've got experts in here ranging, right? From whether you're a new trader, intermediate trader, expert trader, folks have been in the business for 10, 15 years, even longer in some cases. So with that being said, I'm going to pull up a few stocks here. I'm kind of curious of what's going on here with CMG and Airbnb. I wasn't too surprised to see CMG down today. In fact, I think I looked at that before I headed out for lunch. But before I get started, maybe you guys could tell me what you guys are taking a look at. And as you guys are doing that, I wanted to walk through the cues. So for many of you who have been part of these afternoon sessions, you all know I have been tracking this downward trend channel from the 11th. Let me zoom out a bit. People ask, man, that's a busy looking chart. But to me, it makes pretty easy sense. The orange lines, downward trend, stayed in that channel. We tried to get out. We hit this highly traded zone, the most highly traded zone, this 474 to 476 area, right? Instantly rejected, dropped to the lows, stuck back inside that channel, broke the channel, right? Everybody was panicking, thinking we're going to continue to move lower. I then drew a trend line up here to extend the downward trend line, like, hey, would it be possible to get to this level? If we get over 452.31, which was this previous low here, that once it broke, we saw the bottom, right? As soon as we got above that, I was long the market, right? We reaped the benefit of that. We had an amazing, amazing day on Tuesday, and then we also had a pretty decent day on Wednesday. So all that to say, this huge move that we're seeing today, in fact, I think I called it, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. Those of you who were with us yesterday, 474 was my target area. We nailed it, right? Got up there from this low 463. That's an anchored VWAP. We had to push and entered right at the open, and we took off, hit that 474, paid ourselves. But now we're dancing in this channel. Not surprised. Again, this is the most highly traded zone in this area. So last time we were here, rejected. Last time we were here, we bounced here and, rejected here. So what do we see today? That's the big question mark, right? Do we see a move higher? Obviously, pretty bullish through here. We've managed to maintain a move higher, but we're barely up on the day, right? We're only up 0.15%. We all know that can evaporate in a moment's notice. So be cautious, be careful in this afternoon session. This is obviously just for the cues. We could do the same for the SPY, but we won't for sake of time. We have a couple new folks who joined, so welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Hopefully, if you get a chance, reach out to Clifton. I did have a session about kind of what these lines are, what they indicate. So it might seem busy. It might seem a little too much. Again, this is just my style of trading. This is how I look at the world of stocks. If it's, I try to make them a little brighter. Normally, I put these a little more transparent, so it's easier on the eyes. But for those of you watching, the reason I've highlighted them in specific colors is so that you guys can either A, follow along, and or B, makes it easier to see. So hopefully that helps. Sachin, so reach out to Clifton. It'll most of their EMA, they have simple moving averages and an EMA, exponential moving average, and VWAP. That's what you'll see here. All these other lines are key levels that I keep an eye on. So again, I'm happy to kind of mute these a little bit if it's too much. I know we've had a few folks say, hey, your charts look like the New York City subway map. But for me, they're just key levels. So if you see anything in green that's dotted, that's a previous all-time high, right? So we got above that here at 45967, and then 48609 was a previous all-time high as well. These yellow channels that you'll see is exactly that. I'm looking for that to become a channel. So in essence, Do we move higher? And if so, hopefully end up somewhere in here. Maybe we bounce around, maybe we pull back a bit, and then we continue the move higher to this 486.09. Okay, that may not happen, which is totally fine. That's why we're keeping an eye on this particular highly traded area. If we break below this, I'll likely be looking to maybe short under the 200 line. So you see that yellow line there? We'll likely be shorting under that. If not, maybe we bounce here on this blue line, which would be the 55, which is, to me, institutional contribution into the close, which we should expect to move higher. That said, it is options expiration today. So we should see some volatility coming up in the next hour or so. Okay. I'm more inclined to think we'll see a little bit more selling before we see more buying, but the trend is your friend. Never fight a hurricane with an umbrella. You will lose. So right now the trend is up overall, right? Big bullish move. We're still up on the day. That said, we can take 60 cents out or 60 bips on the Qs pretty quickly. Okay, let's see. Mike Jones, yep. Green all day from the start, shutting it down shortly. Watch sync. Nice ride, Bill. Awesome. Hey, Bill. Awesome job. You've done incredible, right? I think the last week or two, you've crushed it. So excellent job. Have to treat it like a business. Unfortunately, most people in the business have no business being in business. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Bill. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up on some of this here. But look, they always be learning. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and frankly, I still learn something new every single day. Every single day. And that's kind of how you have to treat it, right? So keeping an eye here on the Qs. Let's pop over and take a look at some stocks. SMCI was high interest for me to see if we did or did not break 640. We didn't. I was kind of done for the day-ish and didn't really feel like taking it short, but that was my level. If I saw a rejection, I wanted to start a short position. We missed it. Oh, well, it is what it is. Keeping an eye on Costco, kind of the same thing. I think if sentiment's still moving in favor of the consumer, Costco has a really good chance of breaking out over that 900 level. So I know that's 25 points away. It seems like a lot, but for Costco, that's 3%, right? So it's really not that big of a move. It's actually less than 3%, but still. This might have some room to go yet to the upside. Walmart, obviously putting in its new all-time over here. And I think Walmart also has an opportunity to move higher. Keep an eye on things like McDonald's, right? The way I'm looking at it is that if we squeeze the consumer, we will be forced to buy cheaper alternatives. McDonald's announced a new value menu, right? So let's look at Yum. What is Yum doing, right? Yum is, Taco Bell, Burger King, and the like. I don't really love all of these restaurant chains equally, but what I'm seeing is there's kind of a squeeze happening. So I'll use an example, not to sponsor their brand, but one of my favorite brands, Ferrari. They have hit an all-time high amidst, this consumer data. Well, why do you think that is? Right? I don't think that the wealthy or the rich are struggling to buy new cars. If anything, they're fighting over who could get the most exclusive version, right? Let's look at Restoration Hardware, right? Big spike. So kind of going back to that same concept of like, hey, maybe the wealthy folks are going to still have an opportunity to buy and become I don't want to say the more important consumer, but the more profitable consumer for stocks, right? Because if we look at Wayfair, who reported not too long ago, they had a pretty bad earnings report. Oh, actually, let's pull it up on the big chart here. So earnings were right here. Not good. Not good. It literally just tanked, right? It's getting a little bit of lift here, but do I really think people are going to be looking for furniture in this particular segment? right, when their average cart size is typically sub $1,000, right? Whereas Restoration Hardware, typical cart size is close to $10,000, right? So it's interesting to just kind of break down some of this, start to analyze things that you're taking a look at and why. Starbucks, kind of same thing. My wife loves Starbucks. I do not like Starbucks, but Bill Ackman does. Or no, sorry, Bill Ackman's Nike. Forgive me. I keep saying Bill Ackman. Elliott, right? A few activist investors are loving this stock. Warren Buffett is loving on Ulta right now. Beauty, right? So for me, I'm kind of keeping an eye on some of these retail sectors to see one of two things. Are we going to actually take off? You know, when Warren Buffett puts in a $200 million investment in Ulta Beauty, it's probably worth paying attention to, right? Let's look at Nike. Same thing. This is a pretty aggressive move. I would suspect some profit taking, likely retest maybe the $80 range could be an opportunity to start buying if we see anything below the $80. So I'm going to keep an eye on Nike moving forward. Call it that 79 to 80 range. Maybe start building a longer term portfolio position, kind of a swing trade. Let's pull up a couple others. See what Tesla's doing. Okay. Let's look at Apple. Let's look at Meta. Ooh, hello, Meta. That one looks fun to short. That might be my first trade this afternoon. Let's see. Jim, what are those white boxes? Right here? Sorry, I'm just reading Jim. Is Jim still here? Did he? Yeah, Jim. Are you talking about these little white boxes here? Yes. So these are pivot points. So, like say for example, if I take them away, this is what the chart looks like. So if I want to have, look at a level, I'm going to have to put my cursor here, look to the left or right and figure out what the price is, or look up here and see the high and low of said candle, right? But if I have the pivot points in, I can look immediately and know that's 524.66, that's 530.50, right? So they're kind of labeling these pivots in these points. So I hope that helps. I like to use those just to simplify it. I know it adds to a little bit of the busyness of the chart. Normally I have, key levels marked. Like this is actually more like a typical stock. The Qs and the SPY I have marked up quite a bit just because I keep track of the new highs of day or all-time highs, because those seem to be a level of like, either gravity, right? Kind of a magnet bringing the price to it, or a key area where there's resistance. Let's see. Had 2 red days this week, but yes, been on a nice run overall since June. Awesome, Bill. Great. 14 out of 15 days before this week. Good start. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, actually, Sasha, if you want to just go over to Clifton 44's name, click on it, and then it'll say private message, and you go ahead and send him a note. Hope that helps. Lee, how you doing? How you been, Lee? We might have to have you on the channel soon. Tell us a little bit more about real estate. And I'm looking at that actually on the loan servicing side, kind of looking at some information specifically in the bank sector. Right, if rates go down, I think people are going to start to refinance, which means loan servicing costs will be impacted, and potentially need to be looking at the sheets of some of these, whether it's Quicken or what is it, Rocket Mortgage, I guess it's called, and some of these other banks that don't have exposure to commercial real estate. So I'd be kind of curious to get your perspective there at some point, Lee. Let's see. Do you know if size of the boxes on the heat map represents the relative volumes for the day? Actually, you can look at this, Lee. It's a good question. So there's a way, let me see. here you can kind of pick of relative volume, pre-market change, post-market change, performance over the year, year to date. There's ways you could chop this up. I use this performance for day by percentage because that's just what happened today. Because if we're day trading, right, like I want to know what's happening in the moment. But you can click on relative volume, and that'll break this down as well. I don't know. I'll have to mess with that here in a little bit. There we go. There we go. All right. Everybody can see the screens okay? Just clicking around there a bit. So here's what's neat though. When we talk about big chart, this is the big chart. It's not the company big chart. It's just, so we're singling out one particular stock. And like I said, I'm sharing a little bit of this. Some of this is a repeat for many of you, but we do have a few new folks, so want to welcome them and just kind of, you know, walk through how we do stuff in the afternoon. This may happen periodically, but as we bring on new members, we're going to probably put together some sessions to just help everyone get up to speed and acclimated real quick. That said, be on the lookout. In the meantime, what I want to show is, I talked about this level, this green box, okay? It looks pretty small here. That's almost a 2-point difference, right? But when we look at it here, it's a lot bigger because we're zoomed in, right? But what's interesting is we're playing inside of here. We're obeying the 200 EMA at the moment, which tells me we want to probably move higher, right? So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm not eager to get into anything. I want to see actual moves, set up structure, set up a position, and then build into a position, because right now we're in a higher risk environment as we come into the close, given it is options expiration. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. Who has positions on right now? We can maybe take a look. I think I saw someone have a post. I might have missed it though. AMAT Mark. Let's see. Didn't they have earnings? I think, yeah, they had earnings last night, didn't they? Yeah, not too bad. I'm wondering what the guidance was. I didn't pay too much attention to AMAT, to be honest. I did see H&R Block. Was that HRB? I think, yeah. So HRB, pretty good earnings call. Surprised by the move, frankly, because apparently there's talk of, like, you know, federal government helping people do a free version of taxes, etc. So when they made that announcement, H&R Block got absolutely hammered. But today or yesterday, when they reported earnings, it seemed like it was pretty good. Seems like it was pretty good. Let's see what Lululemon is doing. Yeah, Lululemon might be a decent swing trade. Pull up Microsoft here in a moment. Google. Ooh, I might short Google here. Let's keep an eye on Google here for a minute. Put Meta on the side over here. Okay. All right. So you can customize the size of the quote size of the boxes to represent different parameters of the stock. Lee, I'm not sure what you mean, but I think you're talking about the stock heat map still, correct? So normally if you click on the heat map, it'll look like this. Like this is the standard view, right? And what I do is I get rid of the 0% because I don't really care about what's flat, right? You get rid of the 1%. So I'm basically seeing anything above or below 1%. So, you know, 1.6 to 2%. And if you really want, you can get rid of those and say what's above 2%. Again, we talked about Ulta, Warren Buffett, right? So it's just kind of interesting, even when you look at this, right? Like I could really narrow down if all I want to look for is the really big moves, 2+%, up or down, it helps you kind of identify which stocks you want to go after. You're saying why the boxes are bigger or smaller in here? I'm not sure if it's volume related. It could be. It could be. I'd imagine that's probably it, but I think it has a lot to do with just structuring it in a way that's by sector, right? And just making like its own, version of a tile, we'll say. Give me a second here, guys. I'm going to look at Google real quick. I'll keep an eye on Meta as well. I like Meta under 528.10, first trade of the afternoon. Short. Meta. 528.1. There it is. And I'm actually going to do the same on Google. We'll do 165. Why not? Let's do it. These are going to be build positions, y'all. So I'm not going big. I'm not going heavy on the action. But I'm looking for a break under 165.08, ideally. Then I can make an add to Google. And then if I get a break under 127.80 on Meta, I'll bring that up here. And so the reason being, and granted, this is counter trend, so be careful if you're taking Meta. Counter trend because it's up 1.23%. Technically, the trend should push higher. I'm watching the Qs right next door, right? You got your Qs here, you got Google here. They're part of the same index, right? If I see a drop on Qs, I should see a drop on Google. And then for Meta, it's down 1.7% on the day when technically the Qs are up 0.1. So it's weaker than the Qs, right? Does it follow through and break down? Maybe, maybe not. But if we see a break in the Qs, I would say there's a pretty high probability we'll see a break in Meta. Of course, they could come out with news and, who knows. But this one, I just like the structure. It's, had a nice move higher. Google had some, we'll say, funky news recently about breaking up their business. So I think that spooked some investors a bit, and that we actually shorted it here the other day and absolutely crushed it. That was the trade of the day for me on Google. We shorted it, made a decent amount of money. So it's had a nice bounce, but I'm wondering if people are going to start, getting a little bit apprehensive on what does the future look like for Google if they plan to separate and break up the business. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do back to this heat map thing, I'll double check because I don't know if this is volume based, right? I just have a feeling it's so they could tile it, right? When it's up 6.5% in this sector, they're going to make that the biggest box. What's going on with Netflix? Let's see what's going on with Netflix. Huge move. We missed it. I won't short that, but it's a pretty big move. Let's see, NVIDIA, CBA. Wow, BA. What's going on with Boeing? Another stock that I was early to. I think you guys remember I was talking about BA when it was down here. It was getting long. I was like, hey, should we hold it? Should we hold it? I think it was a unanimous decision with the community here, like dump it, get out, right? And then literally the next day, it hasn't stopped. So kind of getting a little bit early to some of these trades, which is okay, but that's kind of been my takeaway on what I could be doing better, right? So if Google bounces, again, for those of you guys wondering too about stop losses, because it's a smaller position, I don't mind a little bit of wiggle room. If it gets over this 200, so that's 165.40, I'll be out. So it'd be a 30-cent loser, which is, again, I don't mind. Let's see here. Remember you told 164 for swing. Oh, you did, Rom? Wow. Amazing. Go ahead and reach out to Clifton. He'll send you the invoice. Only kidding, man. Nice trade. Way to hang on to it. Amazing. Tim, let's see. Would you like to take a shot at Tesla on this pullback? Let's take a look. Yeah, if you guys remember, I got in here, got out, like partialed, and then it took me out, break even. It's kind of sloppy, to be honest with you. Like this is a little too much slop coming in here. I'd want to see basically something like this on the price, like stabilize, and then it makes a decision. Right now, it's bouncing up and down and left and right. So I think this is a lot more retail traders coming in. You know, this morning, this is institutional money right here. And then, you know, probably some profit taking from people that bought down here, which is normal. And then I think a lot of this here is more like, feels like retail price action. Like when you see, you know, something like this, steep incline, usually institutional. And then if you see a steady grind up, usually institutional. But like all this stuff, this is like there's no structure there. So I don't love it, to be honest. But if you did, just make sure, you know, be mindful of your stop loss. You know, if it were me, I'd probably be looking at, what is this, 216.60 area and a strong push over 216.60. You know, because the reality is it could go up here, tag it, come back down. I get stopped out here on Google, which I don't mind. I'm not trying to get rich on this one, but I do think that is a longer term problem for Google. If they do in fact separate their businesses the way they talk about doing, could be an issue. Let's see. Left top corner chart, green indication. So this was, I marked this level. This is the highest level of trading has happened in this level for like it's been a while, but there's a lot of orders in this area. So I put a block in there. And if you notice, like every time we hit it, we bounce, hit it, bounce, hit it, bounce. Once we broke below it, bye-bye, right? We then created a channel to the downside, and then the move higher, we got right back to this same level and rejected it. And down we went, right? So we're here now. We just, you know, if anything, I'd want to see this operate more like a cup and handle. I mean, it may not happen. A cup and handle would look a little bit more like this, you know, kind of more U-shaped. I don't have a little U-shaped thing, but then something like this. So a little bit move down, and move higher would be ideal for some structure. It may not happen today, right? And we could just easily, this could be what they're considering a handle, you know, a little mini teacup handle right there, you know, a little cappuccino cup. But I think the chances of it moving higher definitely there for sure. So Ram, hopefully that answered your question. This is just when I go here, it's the same level. It just looks bigger because we're zoomed in, right? I'm zoomed in on the price action to keep an eye on it. Still hanging on to Google, just kind of eyeballing it. It's a slow mover. Don't mind it. Still waiting to get filled on Meta. I may have to move it up higher. Get to 529. I wouldn't want to short it, but all right. I'm going to probably add to Google here in a moment. Yeah, no problem, Ram. Hope that helps. You know, obviously, you know, I think Amir and I were talking about it earlier, was, you know, I do have some, my charts are a little bit busier than normal. I'm trying to use this as like a, you know, if you guys would prefer clean charts, that's totally fine. I could do that too. If anything, like I have most of the trades that I have here on the left. For example, I've got like two massive 49-inch curved monitors. So like this is literally one screen, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more things that I'm keeping an eye on at any given time. Careful if you're long Tesla. Get that break under 215.60. It might start aiming for the low. All right, I'm going to get in early on Meta. I'm going to put it out there 528.40. I'm going to change the number instead of 10. We'll do 5 Meta 528.40. We just got filled. Thank you. Perfect. Hopefully so instead I just made 30 cents on, you know, if we break the 528.10, same thing. I'll add, if we break under this 527.94, I'll add, you know, I don't know, maybe another 50 shares, something like that. Excuse me. Bill, double topped in the AM, so no guarantee it pops over 125. Needs the SPY cooking too. I just, maybe for me at this point. Are you talking about NVIDIA? Yeah, here, I'll pull this over here. Coin, get rid of this for a second. Yeah, I mean, chip stocks are crushing today. I mean, SMCI pulled back when it's a more expensive stock. I kind of expect that. But let's look at, as an example, let's look at AVGO. Stuck under the 200. NVIDIA, obviously, market leader in that sector. AMD, what a huge move. Kind of surprised to see that strength. That's a good sign, though, overall for the sector. What's TSM doing? Okay, let's take a look at SOX. And let's take a look at SMH. Wonder what. Okay, what's IWM doing? Oh, so tempted to short this thing. So just a side note too, for speed, just because sometimes, I mean, I get here in the afternoon sessions, it's not as fast. It's like the morning sessions, but oftentimes many of you guys will see I post in red. That means I'm short, and green, I'm long. So instead of having like the arrows, like I know Aggie's good about it, Amir's good about it, Scott's good about it. For me, I've just kind of gotten accustomed to the color of just say Meta short 528.40. Just kind of shorthanding it a little bit. Not to mention, I got used to not clicking that because I don't know those of you who were around then. I cut the top of my pinky off, so hitting the shift key wasn't exactly easy. But if you guys are okay with not having the arrows, fine. If you guys would prefer it, I'm more than happy to add those. SMCI moving now. See if we can get a break on Meta. That would be awesome. NVIDIA over Tesla from where? Yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys are doing similar, right? So I mentioned sector. You've got SOX. That's your iShares Semi ETF. You've got SMH, which is a similar ETF. Then we look at AVGO. We look at Qualcomm. TSM and AMD, and overall they're all pretty strong, right, comparatively speaking. Whereas with Tesla, not that Rivian was ever a real contender in comparison to Tesla, but let's just call it, EV. And then what I also try to do is sometimes, not always, there's a correlation between solar stocks and Tesla. Not always, but sometimes you can if there's a correlation, and maybe they trade in pairs. It's kind of good to keep an eye on that kind of stuff as well. But let's see. Toyota's doing. What's GM doing? SMCI looking real nice there. Rejecting the close though. I don't know about that move, SMCI. Either it breaks out now or it's going to go down. So right now we just have two small short positions, Goog and Meta. And I'm keeping an eye on the cues at all times. If I'm trading a tech stock, I have the cues up here all the time. Hopefully y'all are doing the same. SMCI, we talked about it just now. There's the pop. Probably going to take off now. I won't take it because I don't want the risk this late in the afternoon. But like clockwork, right? Rejects the close, pops above it because you can tell there's some interested parties to get people excited. And if it takes off, 6:30, probably 6:31 maybe. I'm gonna keep NVIDIA over here in the corner. Keep an eye on that. Hey, so who was it? Bill, yeah. So Bill, we were talking about, hey, look, big buying, similar to Tesla, profit taking, right? Not surprising. A little bit of bounce, retest to the low, right? Right here, kind of those three numbers, 122.58, 122.33, 122.49. Kind of testing that bottom, hasn't seen it since, right? So that right there is like a nice structure. It tells me, hey, people want in. Then once you get above the VWAP, it just took off, right? Stayed above the 55. Now, however, NVIDIA is barely hanging on to that 55 right now. Barely. So does it break or does it bounce higher, right? Tell you what's going to tell us if this moves up. That'll be the giveaway. Apple's trying to move higher. Apple actually kind of looks interesting up here. You want to see some structure? Check this out. So chops around, disinterested. Meanwhile, the market was moving higher, or about to, move higher. It barely moves, pulls back, consolidates at this 22425 area, right? Once people realize, hey, we're going to hold this level at the VWAP, it just took off. So this is like kind of a perfect sign of undecided retail trading action. Maybe one institution starting to look at it, one other institution selling into it, and then everybody decides we want this thing to go up, and it just didn't stop. And I feel the same way right now on Meta, but to the downside. I think we're actually going to see some institutional participation to push it lower. So we're counting on that. SMCI though, wow, what a move now. SMCI, we talked about that live, y'all. I said above the 626 would be nice if it can get over close. 630, 631 maybe. Should be one move. Boom. In fact, let me put that over here. SMCI. Notice the Q's now pulling back to the 200. See if we can get a break now on Google. If we get a break under 165, I will add. And I'm actually about to add on Meta. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we just did an add here on Meta, short. And if we see anything under 165, we'll do the same on Google. It's kind of the great thing about being a trader is you could literally just bounce around, look at markets, look at stocks, and there's always an opportunity, there's always a setup, but you want to look for ideal setups, right? Minimal risk. What's my risk on Google? 30 cents, right? I saw this, I was watching it level 2 on Google, 165.40, 165.41. Then there was like 8,000 shares above, like at 140 or 165.45. So it immediately just dropped. So I'm going to hang on. All right, let's see what happens. So for those who aren't using your level 2, make sure you do. You can kind of keep an eye on order blocks that are coming in. Keeping an eye now on the cues. If we see a break under this 47474, expect minimum we're going to come down to VWAP, which is the bottom of this level here. I'm actually going to make this a little more transparent for you guys. It seems like it might be bright green. Is that better? Easier on the eyes? I don't like this little bounce on Meta right now. I want to see some actual conviction, see some sell-through. All right, there's the move under the 200. We should break this 47474 level, and then let's see if we get that 173.90 area. Wherever that, if it bounces off that VWAP, no matter where I'm at in my positions short, I will pay myself first. The downside of afternoon trading, it's a lot slower. We'll pull up NVIDIA again. Bill, you said you were taking a look at that. Anybody else have trades on right now you want to take a look at? Nah, come on, Meta, don't bounce now. Oh no, I might get stopped out here on Meta. Let's see how it behaves here at this 55. I'll be patient here. Yeah, not a huge losing trade if it does get stopped out, and the same goes for Google, but look at the level 2 on NVIDIA here in a second. Lee, have you been keeping an eye on crowd today? Check this out. What's that look like? Pretty decent consolidation. Still okay on Meta, but if I see anything like 528.90, I'll probably just get out the other way. There's it. There we go. Come on, Qs. Come on, Qs. Sometimes a little patience pays off. Let's see a big move now. We'll zoom in. Close is right there. You can barely see that line, but it's not too far away. 54 cents away, 54 bips. Basis points. So if you guys hear me say, you know, hey, we got 2 points on that, it means basically 200 bips or 200 basis points. The bips are basically after the decimal. Ah, come on. You know, I just saw there were 2,200 shares for Google on the level 2, originally down at 165.03, and they just moved it up to 165.23. Somebody just wanted in on the trade. Mark, you took Mara? How long ago did you take that trade? Oh, very nice. What's coin looking like? Probably the same. Yep. Bitcoin. 60K, magic level on Bitcoin. I don't know, Mark, curious, do you trade, if you took Mara, do you end up having something that looks like this? Where you have Mara next to Bitcoin, side by side? Just curious. You weren't even watching it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, it's spitting image, right? You see a downtick here, right there. Same. So if you're not, you know, hopefully that was a good tip for future use, but nice trade either way. I'm not sure when you got in, but Mark, you always, you do pretty well. You like the reversal. Okay. Yeah, coin was actually showing a little bit of strength earlier based, and you know, I know Aggie was talking about that before she left. I do think coin is gonna, again, totally an opinion, but I actually think if Bitcoin can find a way to stabilize a bit, it has a real opportunity to be a new asset class. I mean, it is technically now, but I mean one where it has global kind of power, which could be really interesting. You know, the only trouble right now with crypto in general is that now every big country is trying to have their own digital currency and use quote unquote blockchain, but they basically want to use it to know every transaction that's happening and control the records, which I know we've talked about it before, but that goes against, frankly, what blockchain's all about, right? It's supposed to be an immutable record that you can't change anything. Those tokens are basically set in stone forever. And if it's owned by a country, I'm not one to speculate or, you know, worry about that kind of stuff. But I think the probability may not be in favor. We'll just say. I wouldn't, Jim, I wouldn't put it against Elon. I mean, I mean, how does he do what he does? Honestly, it's unbelievable. Like most CEOs just try to do like one company, and they maybe do it okay at best. This guy is drilling holes underground, right? Setting up potentially major thoroughways or subways or whatever fast trains underground with the Boring Company. He's launching rockets into space with Tesla or SpaceX. Self-driving electric cars with Tesla. Buys one of the largest social communication platforms on the planet, Twitter, and then decides, you know what, that's not enough. I'm bored. Let's find a way to implant chips in a brain with Neuralink. I mean, seriously, how many lifetimes would you need to just do one of those things? He's just a fascinating human being, that guy. Yeah, it's more than that. Like everything he's trying to do is legitimately trying to like better people. Like he doesn't even care about money that much. Like maybe when he was younger, which who doesn't, right? I don't know about you guys, but I want a nice house. I want nice cars. I want nice things. I'm about to get stopped out here on Google in a moment. Not going to arm wrestle it. If I see a 45 print, I'll go ahead and get out. In fact, I'll throw mine out there right now. Qs are trying to turn around here. Just keeping an eye on that. Pull up in video. Okay. It's either NVIDIA or SMCI. Hmm. Hmm. We're still okay on Meta, but we just got stopped out on Google. And don't like doing these slow motion afternoon trades for this very reason. That's why we usually trade the morning session. That's okay. I'll probably give it maybe another 10, 15 minutes and I will call it a week. Frankly, because it was a great week this week. Hopefully it was the same for everybody here. But it's Friday. I don't think we all want to sit in front of our computers all day, do we? Let's see. Oh yeah, plus solar. Sorry, Duncan. Thank you. I missed one thing from Elon, right? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Big brain he has, like the organization capacity he has, plus 11 kids, 5. Yeah, Bill, exactly. I mean, he must have either the most incredible assistants, like personal assistants of all time, or just, I don't know. It's hard to bet against Elon. All right, SMCI or NVIDIA. I'm out of Google. Small losing trade. Again, it wasn't the end of the world. I don't really mind that trade, to be honest. It's like $21. Who cares? I mean, I should care. But in the grand scheme of things, we had an amazing day today. So SMCI or NVIDIA? By the time I figure it out, it might be too late. Just hit NVIDIA for 1,000 shares right before the close. I won't do it. We still have our Meta short, but man. So Lee, what do you think? Crowd moves higher or goes lower? That's your stock. those of you guys who don't know, Lee is the CEO of Crowd. He's not, by the way. Totally kidding. Like, for me, looking at this, it looks like, hold on. There's that. There's that. I'll get rid of this. There's your range plus a bull flag. Topside breakout. SMCI 62770. Let's do it. Long. I might regret this, but that's okay. Let's do it. Fubo. I'll take a look. Whoa. So this is unfortunately like not really a stock I would trade. Frankly, for the price. But there is quite a bit of volume there. And you know, I think for a while there I was looking at you know, kind of the cannabis space as well. And then after looking at it, I'm like, I'm not doing that. Wish there could be more help on Fubo, but okay, Meta might get stopped out. We're still waiting to get filled on SMCI. See 52890. I'll be out on Meta. Put that in now. Okay. And almost out, almost out. Come on, SMCI. This will be my last trade for the week. If we get filled. Did I just get filled? I did. Literally came up and tagged my entry on SMCI. Thanks. We should get a move, very distinctive move very soon. And this is looking very bullish. So either bears show up and try to shut down the party, or they're forced to step out of the way. And we see a new high day on the Qs and the SPY. SPY looking vicious right now. Wow. Okay. $555. So we're out on Meta. Boo. It's another reason why you won't find me trading big share size in the afternoons. In fact, most of the time, I'm here for the community, right? Because typically I like to trade the open, maybe till about noon. Leave. If I have a winning position directionally, I can leave it on. for the day and just move. Either put a trailing stop or just move my stop to where I want to go. In the afternoon sessions, like unless there's big news and maybe the Fed speaking or, you know, some of that nature, then yeah, being around for the close is good, but not my favorite, we'll just say. All right, y'all. So SMCI will be my final trade of the day. I'd like to see a 631 print. We may not get it. And I'll put my stop at 625. So that'll be a, you know, not an ideal losing trade. But again, share size is a lot smaller in these afternoon sessions. Mara's trying to get out of the basement. Yeah, well, let's put it side by side. BTC USD. 60K is the magic number for Bitcoin these days. In fact, we'll pull it up on the big chart. BTC USD. 59,851. No go. 59,843. 59,789. 59,931. 60. Right on the nose. Look at that. I actually had this out here already. There's your resistance above on Bitcoin. You break out above that, see ya. So hopefully I don't go for three for three losing in the afternoon session. That's just kind of really making a still green day. I mean, I'm not giving back a whole lot today, but I just don't like when that happens. Let's see. Steve, you're short in AMD. I'll pull it up real quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping this push on SMCI happens. I'll tell you what, y'all. I've overstayed my plan, which was 3 o'clock, but we're in this trade on SMCI. My stop will be 625. If it does get stopped out, losing trade, unfortunately. Again, 2 small losers, one in Meta, one in Google. Looking back, look, we were trying to build a position in the event the Qs broke down. They didn't. They're holding up. In fact, maybe we're starting to build. Let's go back to big chart. Maybe we are starting to build the handle on the cup. There's your cup, kind of ugly, but it's a cup no less. Maybe this is the beginning of the handle right here. You know, personally, I'd like to see a little bit more like, you know, something like that. Imagine that it's more shaped like a U, but something a little bit, you know, deeper on the cut a little bit and then push higher. if it is in fact a cup and handle. So yet again, it seems like I might have been early to the party just because SMCI now 625, 93, 626. Not looking great for that position. I like your bias to the downside. That was my initial bias. Was that, Steve? Your stop is a high day, 40 cents. Yeah, let's say, hey, I hear you. All right, let me double check to see. I don't know if Aggie's planning on joining us the rest of the afternoon, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to two things. One, we had a great week this week. Sorry we didn't land a bunch of monster trades here this afternoon session, but hopefully you joined this morning and you're able to collect to pay the bills, right? We had some great trades this morning. Like I mentioned before, afternoon sessions, kind of smaller size, really kind of here for you guys. So we might have to switch the format a little bit. We'll see. Maybe we'll use this time to kind of review some trades, get some questions answered, maybe what have you, just because, frankly, I don't like giving back money after having a nice green day. So that said, oh, Aggie, you are here. Okay, cool. I mean, it's up to you, Aggie, right? But for those of you out there, listen, appreciate each and every one of you. Hopefully today was at least of value, walking through some of the charts. We had a couple requests. I think if you can, reach out to Clifton if you're curious about, hey, what are these lines? What's going on with all this stuff on your chart? Obviously, I'll do my best to answer live if possible. But if you want to get, maybe set up your charts to look similar, reach out to Clifton. We have a recording that was for our members in our community. So listen, if I don't chat with you guys, which I don't imagine from now until the weekend, I'm looking forward to seeing each and every one of you on Monday. Have an amazing weekend, a safe weekend, and like what I'm trying to do, plan a date night. It's always good. So on that note, appreciate each and every one of you. Cheers.
Okay, guys, I am back. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Last 15 minutes on this trading day, last trading day of the week. And as I've seen, beautiful calls from DVG, even small losers, but all in all, nice winners. And actually, you know what, guys? I'm still keeping my NVDA last shares. Nothing else on the agenda at the moment. So if you have anything, please just let me know. All in all, Steve, you know what? I agree. I agree that market should pull back just a tiny bit. You know why? To start this next week of the third week of August in a better position, let's call it like that. Why? Because as you know, traders usually August it's kind of a low volume, low space of trading. So far, no complaint because it has not happened thanks to several things, geopolitical risk, which is not happy, but what can we do? And earnings season, and the fact that everyone is guessing what the Fed next step is going to happen after CPI, PPI, labor market news, etc. So actually, very, very busy 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of August trading. And now we are just waiting for more signal after an extended 2 weeks on the market. Thank you, DVG. See you next week and enjoy your weekend and date night. It's very important for sure. Okay, traders. So actually, NVDA stop loss still under 124. Market on the highs, but there is no doubt we have seen an extended move in this week, in the last 2 weeks, not just this week, indeed. So I'm not going to be very much on the trading side. I want to keep my greens for today. So guys, if I'm going to call anything, it's just going to be happen because I think that this setup, it's worth to take it. But at the moment, there is nothing that I see at the moment, at least. It can change, but definitely not in the last 10 minutes. Okay, so let's just make a deal, not in the last 10 minutes. But if I see anything, I'm going to post it. And you know what? The most tempting thing to take is TQQQ under 68.70. So I don't know. I have a very nice profit cushion thanks to Tesla. So I'm going to take it. But you know what? Just a fun share size. Okay. Fun share size means it's a very small share size. Just, you know what? Cover my sushi for a dinner. Okay. So under 68 and 69 for 20 cents on the TQQQ. This is my call here. It's under the 50 EMA, by the way. 68 is going to be my entry there. 68, 68. What a nice number, right? Okay, guys, TQQQ has entered. Let's see if we will get a small pullback at least. At the moment, I do doubt. That's why I took it with a very small share size only, by the way. Steve, if things are going to turn around, anything possible. Even NVIDIA under 124 when I'm going to get out from Nylon, by the way. But for that, we need a sell-off. At the moment, I am in TQQQ short, 68. I mean, 68, 68. And I want to see a 20 cents drop for the first partial. Come on, TQQQ, 44, 48, 44, which I want to take as a partial here, 68, 44. Steve, me too. Me too. That's why I took this TQQQ. But you know what? We are not allowed to forget that this market is still strong, indeed. B looks interesting, Steve. At least for a scalp, like just my TQQQ, no more, because I'm not sure that this market is going to push back too much. So be careful on that one. Looks good, but only for a scalp, 20, 30 cents max. 25 minutes to go, traders. Market is still holding to the highs. Also, there is no doubt since 1 o'clock is just a consolidation, no more. Yes, Steve, exactly. Good luck with that if you are taking it. I am in TQQQ and want to see a 20 cents for the partial. B is breaking 180, Steve. That's going to be a good one indeed, but the market is still strong, unfortunately. That's not good. Here is my partialing point on the TQQQ. I'm going to take like 85% of my share size. So one nice winner for the last hour at least. Good luck with the BA. Steve, seems like it still doesn't move lower, but I hope in the last 10 minutes. Second partial on the TQQQ just before 68 traders, 68, 05, 10. Nice, Steve. Okay, traders, after the 20 cents partial, I'm going to put my stop loss on the TQQQ, just on the entry. And a last. Okay, traders, I'm just deciding to close my TQQQ trade. Very nice green. And seems like the market is just pushing higher towards to the end of the day, so be careful. No complaint. Nice trading day for Friday. And seems like the bulls just took control of the market for today. I hope you enjoyed this week trading with us in the 44 trading room. And of course, I'm going to see you on Monday, first at 8:45 for the preparation session. BA is still doing okay, kind of. Hopefully it's going to make a nice move for you. Guys, have a nice weekend. Take care, stay safe, and I'm going to see you on Monday at 8:45. See you. Take care. Bye.